know that MSNBC and CNN have a liberal bias and Fox News has a conservative bias. They all are committed to this idea of the truth. How can you, as a news organization, represent yourself as being a credible conveyor of facts about the number one news story, not just in the country, but in the world, when you have quite literally fired one of your hosts, allegedly, well, who knows for what reason, but the reason that I think is because of her truthful, factual coverage of what's been going on in Israel, Palestine.
I will point out,
there's a clip going somewhat viral right now of me and my co-host arguing, in which I point out that the accusation that Hamas had beheaded 40 babies was a lie. It was discredited by both Israeli and American fact finders and journalists. But when my co-host insisted that it was true on air repeatedly for weeks, and I pushed back and things got very heated, there was never any consequences. And I'm not arguing that there should have been, but there were no professional consequences for him getting the facts so egregiously wrong, or for raising his voice and yelling, and even at one point using the F word at me and calling me a simpleton on air.
Because he was pro-Israel. Yeah, because Robbie was on the pro-Israel side. I remember those conversations. And, you know, Rising hasn't been the same since they fired Brianna Joy Gray. That show has just gone downhill, continued to go downhill. I don't know how, you know, it was like they lost all these subscribers after they fired Bree. Then all of a sudden they magically got more subscribers and got over 2 million subscribers. But if you look at their view count on their videos, it doesn't even add up. So there's something funny going on there. And I want to say this. When you look at what is happening with AI, artificial intelligence, how they are streamlining this. There's even AI channels on YouTube pretending to be a person sitting there at a desk reporting the news. And I was like, yeah, that ain't a real person. I mean, it's kind of easy to tell, you know, especially for those of us that do this.
That's when I got through that.
This is all going to increase propaganda. If they can just pump out all these AI channels that pretend to be like news to get their message across, the pro-Israel message across, they're going to do that. They can flood the algorithm with those channels if they want to. Hell, we don't work at YouTube. We're basically contractors. All of us that have these shows, we're basically contractors. That's pretty much what we are.
Oh my God. Fuck, I'm panicking.
And then you have this aspect here with social media, Instagram, Facebook, suspending accounts because she shared a real news story, but it wasn't the news story that they wanted to hear. And another thing that I've pointed out, and I said this when Bree got fired, is that I notice it's almost like they tend to come down harder on Black voices that are pro-Palestine.
Oh, I hate
Bree,
those guys. No,
look at how, you know, they came after like Candace Owens. Like they just kind of feel like you better get in line. You better know your place. That's what it seems like to me. And Bree was committed to telling the truth. Rising didn't want to hear that. And apparently now Instagram also doesn't want to hear that. Instagram wants you to show pictures of your boobs, your butt, a dance.
She said that twice now. Like, well, what's her preoccupation with the sexualization?
Maybe
on
videos
Instagram?
making fun of someone else.
I don't get that part.
That's what they want. Same thing with Facebook. People ask, do you stream to Facebook? I don't stream to Facebook. Facebook is all over the damn place. They are one of the more heavily censored platforms.
Oh, shit.
But they got all these damn ads.
Right in the
one of the reasons why I don't spend as much time on my personal Facebook as I used to is because I can't scroll past 2 posts without seeing an ad. Post, ad, post, ad, post, ad,
really
post, ad. Could make a song out of that. So that tells you the game. They just want to sell advertising. And when you are telling too much truth,
oh my God,
they're not going to
another
be able to appeal to advertisers.
I can't fight these guys. I'm so bad at them.
Many of us that have covered the Israel stories will be the first to let you know a lot of those videos are demonetized.
Okay, wait, I'm gonna...
because it doesn't appeal to advertisers.
I wasn't even gonna...
So with what happened with Bree, with Rising, Now you see another censorship happening against her, this time on social media. And this is what I was warning people about. Now, hopefully, she'll be able to reactivate her account. Like, hopefully, she will win that appeal. But there are no guarantees. And then even after you win the appeal, who's to say, you know, that you feel comfortable posting on there anymore? This is what happens to a lot of accounts. So the censorship wave, and I've been calling for this for a long time, and I don't know how everybody else feels about it. There needs to be a platform that is created that is truly free speech, that is not clunky. And what I mean by that is some of these other platforms that are supposed to be an alternative to Twitter, Facebook, they're kind of clunky. You know, it's just the interface is not great. It's not user friendly. Like people they go there for a little bit. Look at what happened with Blue Sky. People are like, oh, we're leaving Twitter. They go all over to Blue Sky, and then they get there, and then they're like, there's no engagement over here. It doesn't act the way that Twitter was behaving. Fuck. And that's the thing. So I still call for this. There needs to be, and you got to have money to do this. That's the thing. There needs to be a platform that can compete with Facebook and Instagram and TikTok, like all of it. And it needs to be independently owned, meaning that like you can't go public. Because once you go public, you got a board. But it needs to be independently owned, and it needs to be, well, I guess I would say it needs to be a worker co-op.
Like a cramp.
That's what it needs to be. Owned by the people. And maybe people get points. Like, so for example, maybe since it's a worker co-op and your data is being used, maybe you get certain points by interacting with the website. I don't know. But the reason why we get into this situation, other than, of course, the silencing of the truth, is because these other platforms that are produced cannot compete. There's been many alternatives that have been created to YouTube, and none of them really compete. Some people say Rumble. Rumble doesn't even really compete either. It doesn't. Look at the numbers. Rockfin tried to be that. It doesn't really compete. Odyssey, same thing. It's just not there. I don't
even know what the fuck she's talking.
So we do need that. We need that competition, that real competition, where people can have choices to go elsewhere. And if it's a worker co-op, you are part owner.
This was not about decorum. This was about ideology. And the viewers of The Hill are going to have to come to a decision about whether or not they can trust the news organization, given their obvious ideological bias.
A couple of things. So you're saying there's a double.
So, and the answer to that is no. Don Lemon, I think at that time, he was asking questions like, well, how do you know it's this reason and that kind of thing. I think he probably feels differently now. But at that time, he was just like, well, how do you know? And plus, it wasn't just Bree. Remember, Katie Halper got fired for the same issue from Rising. Now they can't even keep a co-host next to Robbie. They just rotate people in and out and trying to see what works. But that show has greatly fallen apart. So Brianna Joy Gray being suspended from Instagram, like I said, if they can suspend someone like her with the platform that she has, and she's a public figure, and with the numbers that she had, if they can suspend her, they can suspend any one of us. So go send Bree a kind message and tell her that, you're in solidarity with her, because it takes time to build up those types of platforms and some type of following, and to see it all just disappear overnight. Nobody wants that. But this is an attack on free speech. Hey guys, this was a savvy clip. If you like what you saw, hit that like button and subscribe.
A very fascinating panel or article that was in City Journal, which is like the sort of media outlet of the Manhattan Institute. you know, like, and basically, like, they did a focus group of Gen Z Republicans, and they like wanted to like, and the results are pretty interesting because like they're, you know, like, because they're trying to get their hands around.
That was actually
like,
pretty
the fact that,
straightforward.
like, the hard right wing agenda that they've fomented and largely been successful with, based on
Really,
you
if
know
you get hit by
fear
that,
and
like,
hatred of immigrants, or just like you know like the race hate that they've been fomenting
fucking
is now
deadly.
beginning to sort of like roll back on them in a way that makes them uncomfortable, at least as it regards Jewish people or the state of Israel, or just like it's begun to become unmanageable because all the young people like fuck with Nick Fuentes and not whoever writes for the Manhattan Institute, even though their opinions on any matter, I mean, I can't tell much of a difference between them. It's just, I don't know, like Nick Fuentes is rude. That's basically the thing. And just a few things that I wanted to mention from this, including there's a lot in here, but some highlights here is what my favorite of the people in the focus group is a guy named Bryce, who's described as a 24-year-old white Baptist man. He attended some college and previously worked in security. He is now self-employed as a writer, working primarily on Star Wars YouTube channel. He is an independent who voted for Trump in 2024. But I think the interesting thing about this, and like I said, I think this is actually like a useful and interesting article, because they like in their description of like who these young people who are consider themselves like, you know, in their 20s and consider themselves conservatives, like what are their politics really about, or what are they responding to? And I think the thing that was interesting is that like it's not about like any kind of material insecurity, because like they make clear that most of the people that they talk to are doing quite well. We're young, white, or Latino, or otherwise, like, you know, like if anything, healthcare is their biggest, not housing or other things like that. But basically, that they said like they respond to a politics that is like really
prove your worth,
and they want someone who's funny and cool, and it doesn't really and whose policies and sort of public persona.
What did I do?
And it's not really about policy or like or any sort of like
to do with the doors.
Conservative
I think I've done that before, and
or race and identity.
The doors.
They just kind of want like sort of cool people supporting them.
And I didn't prove my worth.
To that end, it's like
run.
I mean, I think like the most important thing for Nick Fuentes' success among like, the younger right base is that he's actually funny.
Yeah, because he has technology that nobody else on the right has or is able to.
Yeah,
which is you know having a sense of humor and being mean to his own supporters.
Right, and look, Trump is funny, but there's two basic types of people who can like be funny on more or less on command, right? There's people who are funny because they have no fucking feelings, and all their comedy is based on defying expectations. And if you have like no feelings or no warmth or appreciation for anyone else in the world, yeah, you know, sooner or later you're gonna fucking defy expectations more than you're not, you know. And that's Trump. He has some funny turns of phrases, but a lot of his comedy is based on that. Fuentes is able to make traditionally funny jokes based on his knowledge of events and others.
Yeah,
you know, there is a difference in these two types of things. And whatever else you could say about the fucking guy,
I don't think I care about that.
How comfortable he is in his own skin, his own identity, whatever. He at least has that, versus JD, which is just every second.
And I need to go to the clock tower anyway.
Of public footage of JD. He looks like he wants to crawl out of his fucking skeleton.
He's like the least self-assured person I've ever seen. Yeah.
He's disgusted with himself. He hates every fucking word that comes out of his mouth. He is just one of the most preening, insecure people I've ever seen.
Well, I mean, and you can tell that because he's gone through about 7 or 8 different major political conversions over the last couple years. Because, like, remember, you started out as an anti-Trump guy.
Yeah.
Who said he was a dangerous xenophobe and Hitler-like. Yeah, he compared him to Hitler. But now I guess he's like, well, I am still comparing him to Hitler, but, you know, I mean that in a good way. And actually, that's like, I just want to get to it. It says here that they were not, for the most part, crushed. This speaking of the respondents in the panels here, it says, they were not, for the most part, crushed by economic conditions. Their concerns about housing costs and the economy sounded more like talking points than lived traumas. They had flexibility and mobility and felt very little urgency to lock themselves into the life milestones they say they want. Even in a highly religious room, many were less likely to be sprinting toward marriage and family.
Oh my God, no,
convinced that there just aren't many serious partners left. It says, psychologically, this group was marked by desensitization, shaped less by fear than by boredom. They were not especially anxious about their own futures. They worried about what AI and automation might do to other people than to themselves. Politics is entertainment, a stage for mockery, transgression, and performance, not moral seriousness or policy discipline. The sensibilities help explain their media diets and their favorite characters. Most like President Donald Trump, many like Tucker Carlson and other figures who keep politics loose, funny, and combative. Vice President J.D. Vance, named by many as the next ideal president, was treated less as a flashy standard bearer than as a default assumption about where the party is headed. The group knows about the on-right's more incendiary content, but mostly as background noise. About half knew who Nick Fuentes is. Some described him as funny or provocative. Others saw him as toxic. None was fully panicked. And there's a lot of interesting responses. I think their responses on Israel are particularly interesting because they're basically all saying, I don't think the United States should support genocide or the state of Israel. But similar to like our comments about Tucker Carlson here, I don't know how far, look, a welcome shift in attitude. But I get the sense that like the young online right, like their anger at Israel is more like you said, an anger about America being humiliated, but also I think a palpable jealousy that Israel gets to do all of the things that they wish to do in this country,
right?
Without fear
Yeah, one of the most revealing like early online right wing things was this idea of like, oh, open borders for Israel, which like, I mean, yeah, certainly it raises a point, I guess, about how at least at that time in like 2015, 2016, how among like, the Romney or David French set that they applied different standards for Israel than America in all things. But beyond that, there was like an aspirational, no, America should be more like Israel. And that is like, if you want a white ethno state here,
the clock tower.
No matter how explicitly you say it, you want American Israel.
Yeah.
It's going to turn out exactly the fucking same way.
All right. When they ask, obviously, like I said, I think the main thrust of this panel was to try to get like a handle on Nick Fuentes and like what do we do about Nick Fuentes? I gotta get my blueprint too. Moderator asks, "What do you think of him?" George responds, "I think he's hilarious. I agree with a lot of his points. He definitely doesn't care about how it's going to be reacted to, which I respect. But I also think it can be kind of dangerous. I think I read earlier that he's not ever planning on running for political office, which I think is probably a good thing. There's a lot of baggage attached to him. I just think he's funny, honestly. And through his humor, he's saying a lot of things that I kind of align with. He said that all blacks should be in jail on Piers Morgan. And I was like, oh my God, this guy's kind of a psycho." And Atticus goes, "I dig him. He knows his market. He's not trying to please everybody. He's definitely going after more of the shock value with some of his stuff. But as far as his general beliefs or values, I sort of agree." Bryce said, I think Nick Fuentes is very dangerous for our side of things. The right's already being accused of being racist and invalidating women's issues and things like that. It's why the left keeps drawing people in, whether it gets clipped.
This is a good point. This is a good point by Brace Belden.
Yeah.
I don't know why he was there, but
whether it gets clipped or whether people take it seriously or not, the very fact that you make light of it makes us all look bad. Ashley says, "I think being too radical pushes people away and makes them look for truth elsewhere." Then Andrew, who, by the way, in this article is the only one who self-identifies as a groyper, he says, "I would just disagree. As far as Fuentes is concerned, I feel like his viewpoints would have been mainstream not that long ago. If he's saying something like most women want to be raped, well, 50 Shades of Grey sells like hotcakes to women. So I feel that that's just a fact." I don't think that was the plot of 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah, right.
I mean, I haven't read it, but I don't think that is why that book was so popular. The moderator asks, "Who wants to get married and have babies?" This is Andrew the Groyper replies. "Potentially. I'm a Christian, and no offense to any women here, but there's not a ton of good traditional Christian women out there." It's like,
this is just I think you hit on something. You hit on something important here. With like, I do kind of wish they had a broader sample size, but I do think it's crucial that their sample size here. It's more like upwardly mobile or like self-replicating young conservatives, right?
Yeah,
because if any ethos like defines these people, if they remind me of anything, it's
like vengeance.
And anyone who's ever been like a piece of shit son will remember doing this. When your parents are like, "You should get a job," and just without like looking anywhere, without like going anywhere, or
exactly,
up,
yeah.
You're like,
I'm on a mission
here. How bad the economy is.
I remember saying that to my parents, and they were like, "Do you get a job?" And I was like, a global economic crash just happened." Have you been watching the news, Dad?
Hey, listeners out there, if you are now or considering being a piece of shit son, try that one on for size. It's a really good move.
There's a lot of stuff about how hard it is to date right now because it's hard to find women who are family oriented and share your exact politics. I know the struggle continues. Some of them says women. One of them said that women shouldn't have the right to vote, and that's just common sense because women think emotionally and not politically. When the moderator asks who is your ideal next president, most of them say J.D. Vance. But then some guy named Jaden says, "There's this guy. He's a streamer. His name is Papa Gut. Have you ever heard of him? Have you ever heard of Papa Gut?"
I have. I've seen no less than 5 different clips of him.
Oh, God damn it! No, don't fall on this.
So I think great presidential material. That's where we're headed.
Insanely, this is a really out of left field. Bryce Belden said the next president should be Michelle Obama, and says, "I voted for Donald Trump last time. I'm not voting based on the party issue. I think there needs to be a lot more compassion in this country, and that's not for me a party issue. It's a person issue. I'll vote for anyone if they show the right humanitarian values." Okay. My favorite, Atticus says Donald Trump, run it back. FDR did 4 terms. But my favorite reply is Andrew says, Steve Bannon. I like him because he's an economic populist. He takes some good stances against the big tech industry. And I also agree with his foreign policy and immigration views. Leaving aside Steve Bannon's political views, I think it's funny that after Donald Trump, you're the ideal person you have to run for president is someone even older and in worse health than he is.
Yeah, I was thinking, does this guy even like Steve Bannon, or is he trying to kill him?
It's just like,
well, fuck you too.
The drunkest Irish guy, the drunkest, fattest Irish guy on the planet.
Category.
Let's get him to run for president. I'm sure his heart can take it.
I would love an America run like Sunnyvale Trailer Park under Jim Leahy. I think it would be great.
All right, here's the money graph, though. Here's the best responses, and here's the thing that everyone keyed in on. The question of the hour. And this is a question that, conservatives have to ask themselves these days as they wonder what happened to the young people. And that question is, what do you think of Adolf Hitler?
Oh.
I love these replies. The question of what do you think of Adolf Hitler? Ashley replies, I think he was a great leader, to be honest. Yes. I think what he was going for was terrible, but I think he showed very strong leadership values.
We're so dumb, man.
The possible way to be a Nazi is to be like, look, obviously World War II, the Holocaust, the tens of millions of people he killed, that's all very bad. But I gotta say, he was just, I liked his highway building policy.
Yeah, I want the cycle.
Yeah, like he was Jack Welch.
And I don't want to get. I like the slicer is probably my favorite thing in the game.
And this is the tenor of a lot of their replies. Andrew says,
"Oh wait, no, I'm fighting.
in favor of a strong executive.
No, I shouldn't have done that.
I think we should have a stronger executive branch. I don't think we should be killing people or doing mass genocide, obviously. But I do think we should have a strong executive. It's like." That's what I love. Like,
that's
what I love about Hitler. It's like not all the people he killed, but just the strength and the leadership values and sort of the way he accrued more authority to the executive branch of the German Reich.
He invented
It's okay. Fuck off.
I goes. Listen to Bryce's response. Bryce, I myself am actually Jewish ancestrally. This is just Bryce, right?
This is Bryce
But Bryce just got in this focus group.
Bryce,
This is another Bryce Belden, another Bryce Belden prank. Rachel Jake back at it again. But so Bryce says, I myself am actually Jewish ancestrally. I'm Christian by faith, but Jewish by blood. I've actually read Mein Kampf. The end conclusions that he came to, absolutely abominable.
Ow.
But I strangely understood where he was coming from as far as wanting to improve the national state of Germany. I just love the idea that, like, this is like when we talked about, I think with Brian a while ago, like all the people who were like, say what you want about Hitler, but he was a genius military leader.
Oh,
it's like,
God,
no, he wasn't.
No,
he started a war and lost it and, like, had his country destroyed.
Yeah, you can really tell a lot about a person by their response to Mein Kampf. And I don't just mean, like, agreeing with it. I mean, like, there are some, like, hateful people out there, but they can still admit, like, wow, it really seems like a fucking mentally ill guy with an uppers problem just wrote down all his grievances with no, like, outline or anything. Because, like, it is not one of the better written books. There's better fascist literature out there.
Yeah. And it's like, I just love this, like, the evolution in being a Nazi in America. Because it used to be like, if you were a Nazi, you were like, I love Adolf Hitler because the Holocaust never happened, but if it did, good. And, like, it was good of him to do that.
That last attack takes a long ass time.
What I liked about Hitler was all the millions of people he killed in service of an ideology of racial supremacy. But the funny thing now is, like, to be like, yeah, Nick Fuentes is pretty based. And, like, Hitler, he was a great leader. I didn't like all the people he killed and all the needless suffering and dying, but, like, he was a really good public speaker, and that's, I think, admirable.
You know what's funny about it? They sound exactly like the people who
what?
are like,
oh,
look, I don't like what Biden did in Gaza, but he did some great things.
I can't get rid of my
Yeah,
slicer.
did we forget the Build Back Better bill?
He was a great man. He wanted to restore the soul of our nation. He did. And he was stabbed in the back, just like someone else.
Useless against what's it called.
The next question, though. What do you think of Jewish people? Atticus replies, they've got Hollywood on lock.
That would have been pretty useful during the clock tower fight, though. That was kind of dumb.
Atticus.
And he's like, I like Atticus being like, they got Hollywood on lock, and like, but he means that like in a positive sense. He's like, damn, they're goated at making movies, bro.
Yeah, this someone has read my favorite book, Dan Fujita's The Jewish Way of Doing Things.
George says, don't they own like a ton of the media and just kind of like everything? Bryce replies, no different than black people, Asian people, or any other people here today. I don't know why there's a single issue about Jewish people. Andrew replies, I would say a force for evil. I don't see why we support Israel. I think Israel is a very evil state. The genocide in Gaza, killing all these poor people. The only reason we really support them is because they're the biggest donors. We have AIPAC, and these are all Jewish-run organizations. This guy is the Groiper, by the way.
And I thought Brett. No, Andrew is. You're right. Yeah.
Yeah. Andrew says, moderator, let me clarify that, Andrew. You think the Jewish people are a force for evil? Yes, sir. It doesn't bother me if it's true. Those slurs, if you're racist or whatever, that just rolls off my back. This is my country, and my people have been here since the American Revolution, so I say what I want to. Once again, this fucking like brain dead ID poll on the right, a guy who has no achievements to.
What's up, y'all? Hope everybody out there is having an awesome
capitalist expansion abroad as the economic engine of imperialism. Lenin was also influenced by Nikolai.
And right before JT goes into his beautiful
adventure
that he had, I realized that the past 2 episodes that we've had, for some reason, I like to dump the really unpleasant medical stories on you, Brace. I don't know why. You just bring it out of me. So I'm thinking, would you like another unpleasant medical story?
Yeah, what's wrong with you?
No, not me.
With the current state of my stomach.
Okay, JT, how about this? You're my first patient of the day. You can tell them, and then I'll mosey into something, also relatively unpleasant.
Horrifying. Thanks, Doc. So, fellas, I think I ate some sus chicken just before recording. So if you hear horrible sounds and then the door opening, that would be me dashing out of here to get to the bathroom. It was just some chicken wings. You know, I love chicken wings. And
who doesn't?
I had them. They were in my fridge. And
were they cooked?
Okay.
Yeah, they were cooked. And the problem is,
I like this.
you know, I forget what day last week I got them.
Jesus Christ,
so I don't
last
really
week,
remember.
Oh shit, the projectiles, the damage, that's actually really useful.
Yeah, this would be the second time that
Did you notice they were off while
you're
eating? You know, it's interesting. How old are you?
I'm 32.
So
Yeah,
I'm 30.
I'm
I'm 36 years old. And looking back at a long and full life,
yeah,
there's been 0 incidents where I've eaten bad chicken and barfed and pooped myself.
0.
Yeah,
None.
because generally you're like, you know, I know the limits of chicken, and it seems like this is something that even experience can't teach you. You have to.
You just got an
None of
internal
these are
chicken
useful
clock.
against
If you take the chicken out of the fridge and you're like, huh, I wonder how many days it's been in there. I think at that point, if your memory is fading so much, it's been in there too long.
Yeah, normally I'd agree with you, but I chalked it up to the 2 kid syndrome. Like, we've got a 5-month-old baby now and a 3-year-old that we're trying to wrangle, and I'm like, I don't fucking
Here's what you do.
I don't know.
Here's what you do. Kids are resilient. Kids are resilient.
Yeah.
Give the 3-year-old a test wing.
Yeah.
Wait an hour.
Yeah.
Because if they diarrhea, whatever, they do that shit all the time, you know?
Yeah.
It's expected of them.
Yeah, but when Daddy's shitting out his doo-doo ass, that becomes a problem.
The money stops rolling in.
Exactly right.
Yeah.
But does it even stink when it's frozen? I don't think it stinks because I always check the chicken by smelling it, and I always get reminded.
It wasn't frozen.
I always get reminded that I should go back to being vegetarian because you smell it and it smells like a fucking corpse. You're like, why the fuck am I putting this in myself? It's like it's a corpse. What the fuck?
Yeah.
But you know, it's extra rancid when it's doing and it's very stanky. That's like the strangest thing when you touch a corpse for the first time in your life. It feels like chicken. It's literally just like cold chicken. It's so confusing.
Oh, hello.
I've been told the taste is not dissimilar.
I thought I need to install a secret.
We're being modest here. Okay.
Art started conducting strange experiments too. No wonder they ended up with moss.
It was my last meal in the Marshall Islands after a documentary shoot, and we got some sweet and sour chicken, and it tasted fine. Like, it seemed perfectly normal. And then we were waiting in their shitty airport and waiting to get on the shitty plane that would take us to our layover in Hawaii and then on to the States. And waiting in there, I was like, man, is it hot in here? Is it hot in this waiting area? People are like, no. I'm like, okay. I get on the plane. Air conditioning's blasting. I sit down in my seat. I'm like, it is really, really hot. My face is hot. My arms are hot. And then I suddenly realized what was going on. Dashed to the little bathroom at the front of the plane, closed the door, and completely ignored the flight attendants when they told me to get out because we were taking off, and completely ignored the flight attendants when they told me to come out because we were landing.
Thank God you're a white person.
You were in there the entire flight.
I was in there the entire flight from the Marshall Islands to Hawaii, curled up on the disgusting airplane bathroom floor. And then when we landed, there was a knock at the door, and I reached up and unlatched it so they could open it. And the captain pokes his head in, and he reaches in and he gives me a pair of those little pilot wings that they give to kids for being so brave on the flight.
Oh my God, no! Oh Jesus!
Not my finest hour.
That's a great story.
No.
Was that my story?
I got a story. Last night, an Albanian and a fucking Turk dragged me to a casino. And honestly, I think I should do gambling 24/7 because I'm very good at it. I'm the first guy that's actually going to make profit from a casino. Trust me. Like, we sat down.
Not the first, my brother. Not the first.
No, okay.
You're talking to the king. You're talking to the king on King of Numbers. They call me, Mr. Luck.
Just keep listening. Trust me. Like, there's a correlation between it. We sat down on the slot machines first, and before you know it, the $200 they slid in there started disappearing into fucking dust. It was still fine. You got gin tonics rolling in, and you're just sitting there slapping a button that makes funny sounds. So it's so stupid, it's almost kind of brilliant. And the only thing that was honestly sabotaging my fun were these 3 completely obnoxious Israeli drunk dudes sitting 3 machines down. And I swear, and I might now be making a borderline anti-Semitic conclusion here, but the second they left, I went on a roll so hard, I fucking 3x'd my original investment. For the rest of the night, free Jaegers, blah, blah, blah. But I guess I'm going to become a gambler now. I just got to find casinos in Eastern Europe where there are no Israeli tourists, which is going to be fucking impossible. Because I think that's the only thing they do here.
How do you know they were Israeli? Did they give you the stare? Do you love Israel? They come by.
It was. I can notice. I think everybody can notice.
They were dripping with.
Jesus Christ!
I was gonna say, but that makes it seem. I don't know why that felt less.
You're doing blood libel about gambling?
Right away, you're going right to the calipers.
After our wow, what is it? The third night of Hanukkah?
Yeah, you pieces of
Give
shit.
us a break.
Hey, no, yeah.
After Reiner?
I didn't want to make the connections, but they left and started making money. I don't know. I'm not a scientist, but that looks like a decent data pool.
You know what it was?
What was?
You know what it was? God was with them, helping them gamble. Because gambling is a matter of faith. And this is what people don't understand. People think gambling is about skill. People think gambling is about this. No, gambling is about how much faith you have in God. And those guys are probably fairly religious.
Door.
God only has so much power he can put on earth at one time. And he was giving it to them to gamble. They left. They didn't need it anymore. And whatever residual faith lurks within you was answered by God. And you got a little bit of money for that. I'm telling you this. I've done a lot of gambling in my life. And every time I've done it, I've closed my eyes and said, please let me win, please let me win, please let me win. And I'm saying this to God. And God has answered me 10 out of 10 times. Granted, I'm a bit in the grand sense. If we're doing the massive ledger, much like St. Pete at the pearly gates, if we're doing the big ledger for all my gambling since the beginning to now, I might be temporarily down.
Just a little bit.
temporal funds, but of course, render unto Caesar. We know all about that.
This is a Job situation. You're being tested, my dude.
I'm being tested.
I will have people know in case they don't. The Torah explicitly prohibits gambling.
Hakeem's seething over there. Shut up, nerd. I'm a born-again gambler. Fuck off.
What the fuck, dude?
Oh my god. I'm quoting the Torah to a Jew.
I think maybe it was the reverse, like, because it's a Turkish gambling establishment, and when they saw Jewish people, they were like, we have to make them lose, so they immediately re-rigged all the slot machines to continuously lose. The second they stood up, they were like, now we shall allow all the goys to win, and then it started winning. So it was.
I'm going to be honest with you. If I go, listen, I love every single person in the world. Does one particularly trust a Turk to disperse funds in a way?
No, not at all.
No, I should do it. I'm doing it.
They still
We're
got us
doing
by
it.
the balls.
Above board.
500 years of Ottoman Empire.
The Turk and the Jew. The Turk and the Jew are both. I'm sure, of course.
That was so close. No, now I'm gonna get caught in this.
Peter Lorre's character with the large eyes, who was shot, I believe, by the Gestapo.
Spoilers.
At one point. Very.
Movie from a billion years ago.
But maybe somebody, you could have a baby listening to this right now, hasn't watched the movie yet. And I believe, like, that to me is sort of what I'm picturing when I'm like a Turkish blackjack dealer, but also he could read Jewish there. I mean, frankly, let's be honest, I don't trust many people around the Mediterranean. In fact, I'll go further and say no country that touches the Mediterranean can produce a sort of person that I feel would be above.
If I'm gonna do it like with any build, it's gonna be here.
The blackjack table.
Well, I mean.
A Greek?
I don't think so. Like, Albania, but no, Albanian's Share Coast. You're right.
Are you fucking an Albanian? Is what you're thinking? That's where you go to for trustworthy gambling.
No. I was gonna say the worst. How far? I was thinking, what is worse than Albania? I was like, well, an Iranian, but they don't touch the Mediterranean.
They don't touch the Mediterranean. They don't touch the Mediterranean. You know, and frankly, an Iranian. Well, they're Jews, but an Iranian is. I don't know if I've ever encountered that in a gambling. I'm sure that many have gambled alongside.
No shit.
To me, is of course
in the clubs that they were allowed.
The Native American.
Yeah, one more time. Gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
Behind there.
We gotta import some Native American gambling establishments to the Balkans. That's my new business idea.
Hey, what the fuck was that? Like rained on me.
Let's fucking do this. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to yet another episode of The Deep Program. Today, we have a 3 times returning guest, our favorite Jew, pedophile hunter, Poindexter, dark Leninist, world-famous journalist, and co-host of the only podcast other than ours I actually listen to, Brace of TrueAnon. Welcome, Brace. Please.
Tyler Robinson.
Oh my god, I
did
it! Yeah. Tell everyone.
Calling in from the click. He's going to record his rap album with us.
Come on, I'm throwing down the beat.
Yes!
No,
that's Battlefield.
I'm not rapping.
I'm not rapping. That's the only beat I know.
Okay.
We
are back.
I've been in a cave at this point with this fucking game.
Hell yeah.
But okay.
How is one from never here? How is one from never here for that shit?
In the
it's always me just dying in the most
embarrassing way. What you do and where they can find you.
I am a small businessman.
Oh,
yes. I'm sure, obviously.
Okay.
Everybody talks about it, but it's like the petty bourgeois, right? I don't even know if I am that. I think I am.
At this point, you're a large capital, dude. At this point, kind of
let's
large
just say
capital.
this. I act like I am. I act like I'm. No, because I employ no people, so I could be a small craftsman.
Yeah. Craft?
I could just be a small craftsman. We don't know. But I'm saying, like, I'm not saying, but I'm saying we don't know what I am. But I think of myself, of course, as a member of the petty bourgeois. And
oh my god, I can go in here. Oh my god.
Right? And so I just want to say this right now.
Oh, and it's my favorite. It's my favorite. Oh, but it's useless against Perfect Dracula. But whatever, it's still my favorite weapon.
Because again, I'm a member.
I appreciate it. I appreciate the thought. It's the thought that counts.
When it comes down to it, which side do you want me on?
Very true. The petite bourgeois must be satisfied, especially those
but
who soul
yeah,
is such.
I'm a petite bourgeois Jew. Let's be real about that. Because they told me to say that just to get out of the way, so that because they're trying
full
to
disclosure,
full disclosure.
They just said they said for disclosure's sake, say what your religion is. Doesn't matter what it is, just say what it is. But of course, practicing Christian and dabbling in Islam a little bit. And I am the co-host of True Non Podcast, which is the #1 most open-minded podcast in human history.
Thank you for coming on the #1 most conservative podcast in human history. We are bridging all the gaps.
Bridges.
It is very nice. The true.
Oh my God! That felt so good. Jesus Christ! I'm gonna get wrecked now, but
so
it's
what
fine.
do we do here? This shit obviously slaps, and it's gonna come out regardless. I've got Slurp Bofa up my ass trying to get a statement on the new drop. Do we come clean, bite the bullet, and say this shit's fire?
I think we have to. There are cathedrals everywhere for those with eyes to see, and my eyes have been opened to the majesty of the woke, leftist, communist merch cabal. They owned us. We're owned. How can we compete with drip like this? With hats that say MAGA? That's cringe. We're cooked, Donald.
All right, let's get this over with. My fellow Americans, your president, that's me, President Donald Trump, arguably the greatest president maybe ever. Your president wants you to go to deprogramshop.com right now and buy a whole bunch of merch. It's just the best merch, okay? The best merch. They've got hats, shirts, hoodies, stickers. They've got a goddamn apron for those of you who like to cook. Personally, I prefer not to, but it's okay if you do. And they have some of the best designs I've ever seen. And frankly, it's not even close. Again, that's deprogramshop.com.
And not only here, because we would be amiss not to start out with the currently developing greatest right-wing catfight of all time.
Hello.
The Kirk Lady versus Candace, also known as the Clandons, also known as Maybe I Can Fix Her Owens.
Oh my God, leave me alone.
Candace's live video on the topic gained an unbelievable 300,000 concurrent live viewers at one point. They just reported a 4.5-hour closed-door peace summit and then came out saying it was productive, like it was Camp David for Instagram reels or something. As the world's leading expert in fake reconciliation statements, what do you think actually gets negotiated in a MAGA girl boss ceasefire brace?
So I'm not sure how much you guys have covered Candace and her adventures since Charlie Kirk's problem with his body several months ago, but
the views of exposure is carroted. Yes,
I've been a longtime Candace watcher, in more ways than one. Actually, pretty much just in one way. I watch Candace Owens' show religiously, although of course now my religion because of Candace's show is Catholicism. But I watched Candace Owens' show, and of course I was entranced by becoming Brigitte, and I realized that she was actually kind of getting out of the right-wing media sphere in a way that, breaking out of it rather, in a way that few other similar personalities have been able to even do a little bit. I mean, she's really, her audience is just like, and I hate to say this sounds so reductive, it's a large wine mom contingent of people who maybe have any politics, but obviously still very big Republicans. She had some kind of unrequited love with, or whatever, maybe requited. There was something going on between her and Charlie, but they were very close. They were very close. Obviously, they had drifted apart in recent years. Candace Owens she was sort of plucked into, or out of obscurity by Charlie, and she was doing Blexit, Black Exit from the Democratic Party, amazing name, Blexit, for TPUSA. But then she sort of started getting really in with Kanye, and a few things, she sort of like had some bad conflicts with other kind of right-wing personalities, and eventually she sort of found herself on her own. After she had a big falling out with Ben Shapiro at the Daily Wire because she was becoming very explicitly anti-Semitic, and it was difficult for a very philo-Semitic organization like the Daily Wire to handle. Now, to be clear here, Candace Owens' anti-Semitism, I'm going to say this in the gentlest way possible. No, that's not the right way to phrase this. I'm going to say this in the least racist way possible. I am an expert on anti-Semitism being visibly the cause of much of it in today's world.
Yes.
And so I've had to learn about the contours of it, where it comes from, different races, anti-Semitism, the anti-Semitism that comes from the Spanish-speaking world, the anti-Semitism. There's all these different theories that people have. For instance, the Spaniards, a lot of association of Judaism with Masonry there. Like the Masons, not like the actual literal Masonry. We're not doing that stuff. In a lot of black communities in the U.S., it's sort of inflected with like Nation of Islam, or sort of like New York-based black Israelite stuff often. And then with the white man, it takes several different forms. One of which, of course, is like the Khazarian stuff, and there's a sort of like white Hebrew Israelite thing too, sort of popularized in England. Candace is sort of more classical European, almost French anti-Semitism, which I do appreciate coming from a person of color that comes from America. I think it's somewhat nice. That's all backstory to say that a lot of Candace's career since leaving the Daily Wire has been integrating her knowledge of Western European anti-Semitic theories into her day-to-day political analysis. And obviously, a lot of that boiled down to her beef with Brigitte Macron, who she believes, or I believe she actually thinks this, it was originally born, it was a MAB, assigned male at birth, however, became transgender at some point under the tutelage of the Rothschilds, who are also Frankists, who are also which was like
if I don't replace the slicer, I'm kind of screwed.
It was kind of like a lot to get into, but like Sabbateans also were involved in this. Wow. In Candace's telling, but also in real Frankism a little bit.
Kind of a natural.
And a Baalist. They worship the god, the devil Baal, who is in Candace's telling also transgender.
Wow.
And
this is a banger conspiracy.
Yeah, merchandise
theory.
category is
it's
definitely
a really
a good
amazing
idea.
one. So a lot of people think that Candace Owens is just like, nope, Brigitte Macron's a man. But it's actually, if you watch her stuff, it's Brigitte Macron is an agent of the Baalist Rothschild Frankists who married and groomed who possibly her nephew, or maybe even sometimes her son, Emmanuel Macron, to be both in a perverted sex magic relationship with her, but also to become Prime Minister of France, and so that, or President of France, and so he can also do the Olympics 2024 opening ceremony, particularly the 11-second.
My God, how is it still not activated? Oh wait, this is the place where I do the Victor thing. Here, I'll do it again then.
Interpretation of the Last Supper. That was sort of the,
or not Victor.
the apex of the
is it?
experiment.
Wait.
Now, this is all it goes to say. This is very big. It's big news. It's big news. She's kind of seen as like a crazy conspiracy theorist person, but it's still fairly well accepted. I mean, her shit is really bonkers. Now, when Charlie dies, she integrates her already extant Brigitte Macron conspiracy immediately into Charlie, and so
that was impressive.
Yeah, why not? We'll do it.
I mean, she's unbelievable. She's a pro, and what she so. As far as I can tell right now, the working theory is that Egyptian Air Force planes, which he implies are actually Israeli, which I mean the Egyptians, the government of Egypt is certainly very conciliatory to their Israeli neighbors. I'm not sure that the Israelis would necessarily use Egyptian military planes as cover, but I don't know. Egyptian military planes were the sort of coordinating or ferry back coordinating bodies that planned out Charlie Kirk's assassination over the course of like over a year, using members of the French Foreign Legion who were on site at UVA. And you could tell them because they're all wearing maroon T-shirts, which I don't know why, because none of them appeared to shoot anything, or they all appeared to just be very in character as bystanders when Charlie Kirk got shot. But apparently, it's just so they could recognize each other, and possibly a Mossad team that was working with the U.S. government, who was one of the planners of which was a high-ranking member at TPUSA's brother, the U.S. Armed Forces. One of whom was a high-ranking member of TPUSA's brother, and that this was a combined TPUSA leadership, Israeli, Egyptian, and French plot to murder Charlie Kirk, because Charlie Kirk Well, that's
gonna turn on Israel.
We don't really know why.
Yeah.
But I guess
I'm sold. That makes sense to me.
They couldn't get to Candace. They couldn't get to Candace. That's why. So the lover had to go.
Exactly, and that she's next. And she has been streaming basically every night since this happened. She like, for instance, one of her streams, she just goes into like the history of the French in Delaware. And proving because Brigitte Macron's lawyer is based in Delaware, as is one of Candace Owens' lawyers. So she's like, look, the French are in Delaware. This goes all the way up to the top. I mean, it's really stupefying stuff. And she is lately, as she's been kind of like running out of steam, been hinting darkly that Erica Kirk herself might have had something to do with Charlie's death. And she's very deft at like not saying things explicitly and just hinting at them. And she has been saying stuff explicitly, such as like that there's some members of TPUSA are gay swingers, and others, of course, actually like directly were involved in the assassination. But Erica Kirk, she sort of had hands off to, and she said explicitly, if Erica Kirk tells me to stop this, I will stop this. And Erica Kirk said stop this during one of her amazing interviews with Barry Weiss. Candace took that to not include her because it was rather general, and TPUSA was going to do a clapback stream where they addressed the allegations, but apparently Candace went to Erica, or Erica went to Candace, I'm not sure, and they had this sit-down Camp David meeting and came out and kind of gave these speeches. However, Candace's stream last night, she comes out and she says, first thing she says is Shabbat Shalom, which is, of course, what Erica Kirk had said that Charlie would say to her every night. Yeah. Shabbat Shalom, and then she plays Hava Nagila instead of her theme song. But she really doesn't. She's kind of trapped herself in a corner. She kind of hints at some things, but like doesn't say what they discussed during the meeting. And her fans are fucking pissed.
Yeah.
I think they got to her. That's it. But maybe in her genius, she will be able to still get the bag and get one under them. This is just a what was it? Not a withdrawal, but a strategic withdrawal. Or maybe, just girl power, Erica reached out and was like, come on, why are you fucking with my bag? In this whole community, you push whatever fucking thing you want to, except
I'm remembering
the never touched the bag. And
fuck up
Candace,
I made last
at one
time.
point said,
I forgot that the high jump exists.
In league with the ballast
taking like a 5-minute break.
If you give money to TPUSA, and that's the one forbidden thing. So they needed to react swiftly and maybe force her into this reconciliation. But we don't know. This has to develop. What do you think?
But this is a grift, right? She's not insane. She's securing the bag, right?
Her a little bit.
My brother.
Hey, that sounds like second thought.
She believes. I have to say, I really do think she believes this.
That rocks.
I mean, I think
no, it was just for a bit.
So Candace Owens got her start. I can't remember the exact formulation of how this went down, but I think it's a really illustrative example. Even the sort of bare bones story of it, I'll be able to tell of how she operates. So one of her sort of first forays into the public was she created an anti-bullying website, which was essentially like a doxing website. Now, this was, I believe, happening around the similar time that Gamergate was happening, which actually I don't really remember what that was, but it was around that period, which is germane because it actually, this website that she created, not independent of Gamergate stuff, came under fire from both Gamergate, I don't know which side was which, but from the people who were doing Gamergate and the people who the Gamergate was being done to. So both sides of that were like, this is a doxing website. Now, Candace had never heard the word
really
dox
accurate
before.
information.
Fair enough. And so she believed that this was like a code word between both sides of the Gamergate battle that were coordinating in secret using this code word to communicate over public social media websites in order to get everybody on all sides of this AFAB conflict that she figured out to attack Candace Owens. So she is deeply, 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 deeply paranoid. In fact, I would say, I always shout this book out, but Dementia Praecox, great book. resembles somewhat some of the paranoid schizophrenics that are talked about in there. Now, do I think that other people involved in this, in ancillary or tertiary roles, are grifting? Yes, I do. But Candace, I believe, is a true believer. But this has torn the right wing apart. Instead of creating 1 million Charlie Kirks, they've created just 0 Charlie Kirks and 800 million insane right wing media people who hate each other and are essentially in a competition to see who can become. What is the limit of anti-Semitism that they can do?
Well, hats off to a real one, a true believer. Good for her.
Good for her. Absolutely.
I love her.
We stand in solidarity with our dear friends in the media sphere who are trying to get the bag, because we do a lot of class analysis here,
God damn it.
And that is a super class of podcaster, which no matter if you're a conservative, centrist, or a communist, our true allegiance always falls back to our fellow podcaster.
Absolutely, there are coworkers. No matter what, we can never forget.
But if I was you, but if I was you, I would be a little bit concerned with her because she's to an extent trying to get your bag, Brace, because you guys, do incredible conspiracies and
how much health I had. I think I had less than 50
research.
I must have had
touch on a lot of incredible stuff that actually happened. While she can just sit there and fucking scream about shit, and it sounds 10 times more bombastic, and therefore accrues greater and greater size. So I'm trying to say that her model, in all of its contradictions, has less contradictions when it comes to how much you can grow versus your model, where you can't just say shit from the top of your mind the way she does. So maybe again, under the same class analysis of contradiction, you might start firing some shots at her because she might be getting towards your bag. But you never know. You sound principled. You sound like you genuinely care about this woman, and we do as well. But as long as separate but equal, as they say, everything is fine. Well, let's move into the meat of today's conversation, and I want to start out by utilizing this audio only format in the best way possible by talking about visuals. So please give us a rundown of your top 5 new Epstein case photos. I know that we have our favorites, but I want to hear you.
I mean, obviously Epstein in the bathtub.
Beautiful.
Unbelievable.
Beautiful shit.
Unbelievable, right? That's got to be number 1. But I mean, really close second would be Epstein and Bannon.
Super cool. I hope I don't lose it. Now, wait, do I have to complete the sequence now? Or else
I'm open-minded.
I have to pee.
But I am homophobic. and I'm not scared of gay sex. I'm scared of doing, which I'm gladly I'll participate in, and it's not gay if I'm not gay. Right. But if a male friend of mine was like, hey, why don't we take a picture of us in this mirror together? I'd be like,
you fucking...
What the fuck? What is take a picture, a mirror selfie with you? This is ridiculous. No, I mean the mirror selfie with Bannon is amazing. At the same time, so this isn't the latest release, but this is a recent-ish one. Epstein in the thobe is pretty extraordinary. Epstein sort of in his like Lawrence of Arabia outfit, I think is pretty extraordinary. Of course the dental chairs with the masks on the wall is just a sort of jarring picture. But then Bannon and Noam Chomsky sort of yucking it up. Noam Chomsky always, in images that I've seen of him in the past decade, has seemed significantly decayed past the level of recent corpse. Actually seeming the most alive that I've seen him maybe ever. And in motion and laughing, and Bannon, of course, guffawing his large, sort of his belly laugh, and I know I said I was homophobic before, but of course I masturbated to this picture because it's to me what is attractive to me is joy, and the joy that these two gentlemen have, and what's unattainable to me is joy, and the joy that these two gentlemen have in this picture is something that I found so inspiring.
It's I think there's a direct correlation between how healthy we look, how good we look, and the, let's say, emotional stability that we have in our day-to-day. And there is a direct parallel between Epstein's untimely passing and Noam Chomsky looking more and more and more like a corpse. Like, I literally take it back to the year when Epstein, of course, killed himself. And Noam Chomsky looking like a 900-year-old man.
Wait, oh my god, is the Russian chatter because I'm watching it, guys? It's Russian.
He still looked like okay. The way he talked was filled with emotion and fervor, and he looked like he still cared. Because, you know, when you truly have someone in your life that you look forward to seeing, there is that becomes your main drive towards bettering yourself, towards developing your career, so that you can be a better person for your significant other. And once that significant other passes, usually that happens around that age that Noam Chomsky is in. You know, have a wife or a husband, and at some point they pass on, or you pass on. But if they pass on, you sort of kind of start shriveling as a human. And to a very large extent, I feel like when Noam lost Epstein, he started shriveling as well. There was that true core drive disappeared, and our boy became our old man that we know now. And everyone who is anyone has been spamming, like you've probably seen them, those Chad Parenti Wojaks versus Chomsky Sojaks for the last like 2 weeks. As you know, anti-establishment communists from all over do their little victory lap of "I told you so." And there's of course the other side of the coin. Some sit in the back rooms and shout, "Oh, it's not that deep," when obviously referring to the Chomsky Epstein
almost
files.
exactly 50%.
So please tell us how deep, pun intended, Noam's relationship to Epstein, and even your favorite dark Leninist was. Tell us that whole story, especially for all the members of our audience that are what we I usually say it as a slur. That's the only slur that's allowed here on the show. Normal people. All of these normal people probably don't know much about. So let's yank them out of having normal, stable family lives into the world of the ultimate mainstream right-wing philosopher, the ultimate mainstream left-wing philosopher.
I'm stuck in Rocky mode.
Connections to the world's greatest centrist, Jeffrey Epstein.
So it's interesting how the Noam Chomsky stuff came about. A few years ago, I think it was a few years ago at this point, this podcast called, at least this is how I heard about it, which I think is around the same time that anyone heard about it. I think it's The Princess and the Pervert, which was like, I believe, an Australian-based podcast, although it's been a while since I hear it, so I can't remember their accents, but they have Commonwealth accents, but I believe Australian-based podcast, found Epstein's French butler's Facebook, and on that Facebook page, they found a picture of Noam Chomsky somewhere else. Now, this picture was not in Epstein's house, but as a friend of mine, this guy Marlon, who lives in France, at least an American, figured out was very close to to Epstein's house in Paris, 22 Avenue Foch. And I was like,
I got a different move
that's
by this time.
Very interesting. It makes sense because Epstein, of course, MIT professor, Noam Chomsky, MIT professor. Epstein cultivated MIT professors, and so I was like, okay, let's see what's going on here. I emailed Noam Chomsky because he famously emails people back, and I asked him about it. He was very, very, very evasive, and sort of refuses to answer in any kind of detail any questions that I have. And it comes out.
Has beef with you, like he will answer anyone.
Bye.
I don't know. I mean, maybe it was some of the. I think there was other people who sent him emails.
Wait, is that right?
One of the
last time
sent an email he didn't answer. Let me see. I think I have the emails here.
Oh my God, please.
I said, "Hi, Professor Chomsky. My name is Bryce Belden. I was wondering if you could let me know the circumstances under which you met this man and took the picture. Thank you. This picture is from December 2016. The man pictured is Jeffrey Epstein's butler." And they said, "Thank you again." And it's a picture of him and the butler. And he writes, "Looks like the Arc de Triomphe in Paris. Can't recall the dates, but once my wife Valeria and I stayed in a hotel near there for a few days while I was giving talks. So I want to say this now. With the kind of benefit of all of the releases over the past year that have come out, it seems like he might be just straight up lying to me here. Because I have a feeling he was maybe staying with Epstein's butler. So I said, thank you so much for your response. So this was just a stranger asking for a photo? And then I said, more specifically, did you ever visit an apartment or house at 22 Avenue Falk in Paris or meet Jeffrey Epstein? Thank you. He said, I'm deluged with mail, and unlike everyone I know, I try to respond to substantive letters.
Now I want to attack the.
Fuck you. Fairly substantive. It's direct questions I'm asking him. But I have to set tight priorities. One is to keep away from personal matters, which are no one's business, especially when the answers are in print, like my meeting with former Israeli PM Ehud Barak at Harvard, arranged by Epstein. So that was news to me. I did not know, and at that point, I think few people could say that they knew that there was a meeting between Ehud Barak
confessing to crimes that we're
and Noam Chomsky at Harvard. And I said, in print? Wow, that's so interesting. I didn't say this to him. This is what I'm thinking.
I need to get back into a real.
I believe Twitter user Gumby for Christ spent a while looking on like newspapers.com and in all English language media that we could find for mention of this meeting, and we were able to find it in print in like one Israeli newspaper. Now that doesn't mean it wasn't in other newspapers that aren't collected on newspapers.com or digitized in any way, but we were really unable to find much of this in print, and of course, I believe no mention of Jeffrey Epstein. I say, really appreciate the response and understand not wanting to divulge personal information. I am curious as to the meeting with Ehud Barak being in print, as I can't find it anywhere, though I do see he visited the Harvard campus in 2015 and 2016. Was Epstein a part of the meeting, or did he just arrange it? And he said back to me, he arranged it but didn't take part. It was reported in the Israeli press, which was true, where there was considerable discussion of Barak and Epstein. And then that was it. And then shortly after that, when new information came out, that was.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! It did way more damage than I expected.
Responding to emails because of his health, and since then we've learned that he was quite close to Epstein. For several years, he was invited to the island, which I don't believe he went to, or at least from the emails, it seems like he declined the invitation. There is an email that says that Epstein says that Chomsky and Lula called him from jail. Now, that has been denied by Chomsky's wife, Valeria. But it seems that they were very close, and especially towards the end of Jeffrey Epstein's life, Epstein was in more frequent communication with Noam Chomsky and was setting up Barak and Chomsky to do, it looks like, not Barak, Steve Bannon and Chomsky to take part in maybe some kind of documentary that Steve Bannon was doing on Epstein that was like a positive documentary. And in fact, one of Epstein's sort of last acts was to get Chomsky and Steve Bannon together in, I believe, Arizona. Unfortunately, he was arrested in July of 2019 in that meeting, which obviously they had met before because we got the pictures. But that final meeting did not happen.
Why did Epstein just collect right-wing, left-wing, whatever the fuck you want to call them, mainstream philosophers / influential figures like Pokemon, or was there actual utility behind why he was doing it? Because, you know where I'm going with this question.
Yes.
People in power, blah, 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 especially the hyper-wealthy, stop flexing with Lambos and large houses and flex with the types of people they can bring to a party, the types of contacts they have, et cetera, et cetera. But Epstein's, MO, to an extent, I think, goes a little bit beyond that where everything is utility. So what do you think his perception, his perspective of the utility of hanging out with people like these and having them very close to him was from his perspective? Or maybe it wasn't utility. Maybe it was a flex.
Oh, fuck, I should have taken it in my backpack.
Well, I mean, the obvious paranoid answer is to cultivate Noam Chomsky and to get him to say what Epstein wants him to say. However, Epstein's personal politics aren't really easy to read at times. It does appear that he had sort of different projects with different people. I mean, he was pretty enmeshed in this sort of liberal international set with these Norwegian, diplomats, Swedish diplomats, with diplomats all over Europe. But with Bannon, it seems like they were sort of more involved he was kind of taking part in Bannon's schemes, or Bannon was taking part in his schemes. We can't really tell from the information that we have, but they were definitely scheming together. You know, at one point he arranges a meeting between, I believe it's some Saudis and Bannon, while Bannon is meeting AfD in Germany. And at the same time, Bannon appears to be setting up meetings between Sebastian Kurz of Austria and Jeffrey Epstein. And so there is some kind of project here that we don't get full access to the contours of just from the documents, because every time they start talking about something a little bit more risque, they switch to phone, and they explicitly switch to phone calls. On the other hand, like with a guy like Chomsky, he doesn't really seem to be involved in like a political project with Chomsky. He does sort of seem to put Chomsky more in like the same, I guess, bin that he puts like a lot of the MIT academics that he's friends with. So like he just views him as like an interesting guy to hang around with. I mean, I think I mean, there could be more. The meeting with Ehud Barak is kind of interesting, and at some points, Barak is or like Jeffrey Epstein sort of serves as a middleman for messages between Noam and Barak, but it's nothing that exciting. It's sort of just like debate style stuff over Israel. And Ehud Barak, of course, is on the Israeli left, such as it is. And so they actually sort of find, I mean, I'm not actually that familiar with a lot of Noam Chomsky's like political views. I mean, once I read a couple of his books when I was in middle school, maybe early high school, and I was like, all right, I'm good.
Yeah.
And they were short books, mercifully. I read his book on 9/11, which I don't remember a word from.
Consent.
And I read Manufacturing Consent. But I guess he's sort of like he's sort of acting as like a salon host for these guys. Now Epstein really was in real business with Ehud Barak during this time period too, 2015, 2016. But it's kind of unclear what if Noam Chomsky had any role in that. I mean, it's clear that like it's not clear that he has any role in that. Which I guess is saying the same thing. I mean, I don't know. From the stuff that we've gotten so far, it seems like Noam is sort of part of his menagerie, whereas Bannon was more useful to him in material terms.
Makes sense. And perfect jumping off spot to utilize you while you're here, because you've gone through all of this and you've covered not only people related to the Epstein case, but every both niche and surprisingly niche public figure, and behind the scenes figure, and how they operate and how they kind of mesh with mainstream politics and so on. So what kind of insight has all of that taught you about what all these men and women we us normies usually only experience through the TV screen are actually like? Very sincere question. How do they operate, and so on?
Like, how do these rich people like operate with each other? Yeah,
like like both individuals that are trying to co-opt and steer politics, both individuals that just grow for the sake of growth when it comes to growing their political economic power and so on, especially like the weird types that are in some way involved in the wider Epstein case, but also in many other ones where they're basically proactively trying to create a system that allows them to both grow themselves, to, again, repeating myself, positions of power, but also to create a network that allows them to influence broader society very proactively, let's call it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the interesting thing about Epstein, is that like nobody gave a fuck that he was busted for basically having sex or raping a child, statutory rape. I mean, that's not the charge, but in 2008, and that he was clearly always surrounded by very young, sometimes underage girls. I mean, that was just not an issue for almost anybody that interacted with him, from our current president to a former presidents to titans of every single industry to the international sort of diplomatic set. That was not a problem at all. I mean, in a way, you could say that it speaks to the open-mindedness and liberalness of the international bourgeois, is that they're very, they're willing to overlook these things. You know, it's interesting because I think a lot of regular people are fairly disgusted with the guy's behavior.
I hope like
confused as to how this can kind of go on for
Dracula
so long.
drops something
I think that there's some
I can replace the Sinew Slicer with that will affect Perfect Dracula
that are very unfortunate. But I think that there are some that are sort of particular to this class, is that Epstein was able to provide.
I think overall it's going to come down to me learning his moves. So I just don't want to
not only money
Dracula,
stuff,
the
including
demon.
perhaps money laundering, but information and power brokering. You know, he's doing that up until he gets arrested. You know, it's.
But come on, I don't accept that to an extent because, sure, you have a guy that's helping you out with a shit ton of stuff. You know that he's connected, but you always weigh with the potential fallback. Like, these people aren't stupid. With the potential fallback of the type of person that you are now, you know, quote unquote, in cahoots with. By saying they're not stupid is not because they're moral and they're disgusted by the fact that he's a freaky pedophile. But like, I don't know. I'm just a guy, and no matter how much a dude that fucks kids allegedly helps me out, there's a much bigger potential risk of anybody finding out that I am in any way related to him versus the stuff that he can do for me. Like, why would that's what makes no sense for me.
Well, it makes sense if you think.
I wanted to try it. Maybe I will do it.
I think probably everybody was like, he won't get caught because that doesn't happen to people.
But if I don't parry it properly,
and he's fairly discreet, and it's like it's not. You know, he lives in the Virgin Islands. He's an international figure. It's not. You know, he was in the paper sometimes, but not. He kept a very low key public persona. And two, that money buys your way out of problems. And yes, like, you know, and there were people who eventually who sort of cut ties with him in the mid 2010s. I mean, none of the really important people, but some people did. Even after like they had put up with him in 2008 or whatever, the reality is he must have been providing pretty important services for people, you know, and what those services are, we're not entirely sure. Obviously, some of them are financial. There are some hints that some of them were a little more sexual, and you know, my view of Epstein has undergone some changes as time has gone by, and one is just that like he actually had way more to bring to the table than I thought.
We'll see what happens.
Especially like the way that these emails show, like he really was an important guy in a lot of different places, and he was able to kind of like use his influence as a way to like establish this kind of like sinecure for himself just in upper class society, where he was just kind of like a fixer for the rich while being one of their number. And I think he's probably fixing anything in for them, but
I have to get rid of
money
that.
laundering to sex, to contacts. And I think that's an important thing that, you know, you might be willing to overlook. I mean, it's clear. Like, listen, when Ehud Barak left Epstein's mansion, which he visited between, he says, 10 and 100 times. I would lean closer to the latter number there. He went out in mufti. He went out in sort of like disguise. To the point where actually Epstein sent him a picture that was taken by the New York Post, and like said, "Look, do you recognize this guy?" And you know, it was Ehud Barak. He sent the picture to him because I think he knew that there was some. You know, I think that was a sort of acknowledgement that there was a seediness to dealing with Epstein, but one that could be overlooked and one that could be overcome with just a cheeky little costume.
True. I like that answer. What I'm still confused about, though, is how do reactionaries, I guess, whose whole thing is, I mean, we mentioned, you know, Candace Owens, the type of people that listen to her, et cetera.
Yeah.
And, you know, their whole fucking thing, dude, is thinking there are rich Satanist pedophile cabals. How do they cope with finding out that their favorite political figures have deep ties to rich Satanist pedophile cabals? And no, you can't just call them all lobotomized, even though I often suffer from that case of liberal moralizing.
Yeah, I think that people are just like, well, if my guy was there, he was doing something different. I mean, that's the whole basis of QAnon, that Trump was catching the pedophiles. Turns out, obviously, that he was hanging out with the pedophiles, and which everyone knew even from back then. And people just sort of like, I mean, everyone's fucking crazy now. And so like,
American,
something being true.
Yeah, because sitting from the side here and looking, I'm like, holy fucking shit. With all your holy fuck.
I get the one who just gets rid of them.
I always knew you guys were weird, but this is like completely next level, dude.
Yeah, nothing like that paragon of normality, the Balkans.
Yes, compared to you, motherfucker.
Oh, but if it's arranged, then this would be useful.
You guys invented that you're different races.
Yeah, insane, right? Insane. But
you kidding? The Balkans? You guys are, first of all, just Turks. But like you guys pretended that you guys were different races so you could all kill each other. Multiple times.
We did, but even if there was somebody of our invented race fighting their evil and obviously inferior invented race, if our guy, who's still racially superior, ended up being a pedophile or in any way connected to pedophiles, we would all collectively lose our fucking minds. While over there, across the beautiful pond, it's like, yeah, he must have been doing it in a good way because he's our guy and not their guy, as you said earlier with, MAGA and so on.
Well, listen, I don't know. It's as communists, we got to know dogmatism is very important to us, right?
Yes.
Even when we're anti-dogmatic, we are dogmatic. And so I recognize maybe this is sort of like a little bit like the liberal conservative way of just being like a true communist, like
oh my god, stop.
Not even dogmatist actually, but somebody who
oh my god, what the fuck? You're not supposed to do that.
Unquestioningly,
okay,
the party, even if it goes towards revisionism, and this is I think that we're seeing this play out, and people are like, you know what? Trump was there, but he wasn't. He didn't touch them girls. Okay, maybe he touched a girl or two, but he didn't touch them that bad. And the same thing with he's texting
getting that metal or money armor
while she's in hearings. And everyone's like, well, that's just a constituent
would actually be pretty useful,
right? I mean, I asked Hakeem Jeffries about this like an hour ago. I was like, dude, Jeffrey Epstein was texting one of your guys while she was like on TV, and he was just like, yeah, and it just kind of gave me this evasive answer. Nothing means anything, and so it's like, and that I think is really the story of our time, and so people can just justify anything any way they'd like.
They do, and sometimes when they don't feel like justifying it, they push attention somewhere else or manufacture consent, if you will. I hope that our audience appreciates what I did there. That was fucking incredible. Okay, this is why you listen to the show.
Real good.
But yeah, how do you see them, obviously, I think it's obvious, trying to move attention away from
that skill was just waste.
Explosion happening in front of their eyes? How are they moving attention away from that whole thing, and why is it literally invading Venezuela?
I mean, I have dude, the Venezuela shit, I think that thing, I don't know when this is coming up,
right.
I think Trump's going to announce it tonight. I think that's what that speech is going to be about. I mean, that's the thing about the Venezuela thing is blowing my mind so much because they're not even trying to get consent from people.
You just stay for a second.
And so I think that's indicative of how they're dealing with all of this. Like, it doesn't matter. It does not matter.
Oh my god, I hope I didn't die.
People are against it. Doesn't matter. People are like,
I was quick enough,
it doesn't matter. I mean, that's like, that is, again, the story of our time is that like nothing matters. And I think that like really us invading Venezuela because of the oil and putting this fucking which is what they're saying, and putting Machado in there, it's just like, yeah, it just do something about it. You won't, and you can't.
Yeah, it's it can go two ways. One is us communists to an extent coping,
I don't think
or doing proper materialist analysis, like
trying to hit it on
they're either
platform.
Doing everything in our face and not even trying to manufacture consent anymore because empire is in crisis, and whenever empire is in crisis, you kind of start abandoning previous mechanisms that have been proven to work pretty well because you either no longer care or because you think that empire is in crisis because you were too soft on the proverbial button, and because you're abandoning your previous systems that you used, like for example actually properly explaining why we need to kill these foreign brown people, it's showing crisis, and it's showing potentially
the gold armor would have been a good idea
in said contradictions because they're not trying to even do anything about just how obviously contradictory it is. That's one perspective. And the other perspective is, yeah, absolutely nothing matters. And they are being more pragmatic about it, and they're testing the waters. And if it still works the way it's intended to work without having to spend copious amounts of time, which is money, in order to ensure people actually want war instead of just fucking doing war, that's the more devious and darker kind of analysis of this whole thing, if it ends up being true, because then it's a complete free for all. But again, a free for all that this might again be sound nerdy, anti-imperialist cope. But it does increase the contradictions. It does
kind of lame that I got hit by that.
Disillusion more and more and
oh my
more
God!
people about this slight veneer of so-called choice in what empire gets to do and doesn't get to do from the perspective of the citizenry. Time will tell in what direction to go.
Damn, dude.
But to slowly round off. You mentioned her for a second, and I know that you did an episode recently that I slightly skimmed through, and I didn't want to fully listen to because we have you here now, and I get to experience the podcast live. The true queen, okay, the Nobel Peace Prize winner, definitely 10 out of 10, better looking than Maduro. You love her as well, right? Like, as we all love her for the new position as supreme leader of Venezuela. Tell us a little bit about all her contradictions, her story, because she's straight a character out of your book. I feel like.
Right.
Oh, she's amazing. She's amazing.
Like, serious right now.
I mean, she was sort of.
I'm not feeling very serious.
So, all right, remember when they couped Chavez in 2002?
Mm-hmm.
There was like a statement that the various like NED, USAID funded groups and the military put out that abolished the government after that. Like it was like during that like 2-day period. She was one of the signees of the statement. That's like sort of, I mean, she's like the daughter of a steel magnate. Her uncle owned at one point the biggest private company in Venezuela, which is the Caracas electrical utility. Chavez, I believe, nationalized that, or expropriated it to nationalize it. And the steel, I don't know what happened to the steel companies. I think actually there might still be around, but one of them at least was expropriated. So she hated. She comes from like the Venezuelan bourgeois. She hated Chavez. So when Chavez got couped, she like sort of signs on to the statement abolishing the government. Obviously, Chavez gets put back in. She sort of reinvents herself as like a civil society warrior. Tries to recall Chavez in 2004. It does not work. Tries to maybe be involved in some assassination plots. They do not work. And she's just like one of these like opposition figures, but she's actually a really divisive one because the opposition includes like these social democratic elements. And she's like, fuck that. Like, we are right wing. We are like, that is what we are. So like these guys are socialists too. I mean, they're not, but you know, to her they are. Blah, 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 blah. So she's a very divisive figure. She's under the wing of Leopoldo Lopez. She knows Guaido. Guaido is, by the way, I believe at one point identifies as a social democrat or even maybe a democratic socialist. When his gambit fails, they need a new goat to stand astride the mountains, and that would be Machado.
I have to take mutations that do cool down to make that like kind of useful.
She's forbidden from running the last presidential election. They run some like, old-ass man in her place, but really, obviously, as a placeholder for her. They lose, and she has been in the country going on podcasts asking the U.S. government to bomb the country that she lives in and is from, is presumably a patriot of, as much as possible.
Wait, what the
I guess
fuck?
she's a
what the fuck is happening?
Defeatist. Yeah. But now she has a fake ass escape from the country. That was, of course, the next day.
There's no health, so I'm like, if I don't like stick around and actually fight, then I'm kind of screwed. I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm acting like I'm not on.
Probably waiting in a whatever 5-star hotels are in Trinidad for the U.S. government to bomb Venezuela and kill Nicolas Maduro.
I wasn't being serious
so
anyway.
That she can.
Oh, I lost 40 cells. Damn, no, it wasn't okay.
Yeah. But it's like it's so cliche. Again, I guess it might be true. Like nothing fucking matters anymore. It's so cliche and so obvious. Oh, just give her a fucking Nobel Peace Prize. Okay, she got a Nobel Peace Prize. Okay, she's gonna be our guy. Okay, get her on like public interviews where she talks to some of our State Department people, where she like openly says, "Oh yeah, we just want to give you all the oil. It's going to be so based. We're just going to give you all our resources. It's going to be awesome. The American people should support us because we're just going to give you money and resources, and it's going to be fucking great." And it's there's no veneer. There's no fog of war. There's absolutely nothing, because it used to be, you do shit in South America, and of course you have those.
So wait, do they all do that now?
Here and there. Yeah. And of course, you got all these dudes in weird looking, very quote unquote authoritarian uniforms governing those countries. But you had it was the Cold War. You had the the Red Scare. You got the big Reds that are an alternative, and you can tell your domestic population.
It might be fucked.
Might not be.
Might just be fucked. I don't know if I'm in the mood for this right now.
Bad guys, and the alternative is evil communism.
I moved to the backlog.
Very large spoon and take all of those people's food. Now they at least get 10% food.
They do. They all come. Oh my god, that's crazy.
An actual pitch. Now it's like, throw her a Nobel Peace Prize.
That actually could be okay.
They're not even trying.
They're
not even trying at all, and they didn't try with their previous fail son, Juan Guaido.
Is that
but
listed
they really didn't try with him. So with her, they were like, okay, let's throw some money her way, and maybe it's gonna work this time. But I guess it shows that you don't even need to prop up the figure that needs to replace. You just gotta replace. Like you gotta you gotta do an open war, which this is looking more and more like, and then you just put your guy, and the wider domestic populace will just say, it's our guy, therefore it is good. Or in this case, I guess we really are going woke. It is our lady, so she must be good.
Yeah.
With all that being said, thank you once again, Brace. Please, for all the people that do not know where to click, even though the links are going to be below, tell them where they can find the show,
maybe
and
on
what you got in the works.
Except angling towards having
Jeffries, that is so insane. I am one person away. I am one person away from the person that interviewed Hakeem Jeffries. Tell us a little bit about that, and then plug the shit, please. How did that? What the fuck? What?
I don't know. My buddy who works at Barstool just texted me like half an hour before it was happening. He was like, "Do you want to talk to Hakeem Jeffries?" And so I was like, "Yeah, sure." Yeah, sure. I do. And so I texted Aaron Mate. And I was like, "What should I ask Hakeem Jeffries?" And but he had the same idea as me. He's just like asking about Israel. I was like, all right, yeah, there we go. And Venezuela, which was already I was going to ask him. But yeah, I know, it was just weird. I mean, he was so evasive. That it was just like, and not evasive. Evasive is maybe giving the wrong impression, although it is factually correct. It's more like he did that like politician thing of just saying something without saying anything, or saying nothing while saying something, and he just did that for every single answer. He said nothing concrete, and I'm like, dude, say like a number at some point. You know what I mean? Like, or like say something actionable. But it was all just like, he quoted Abraham Lincoln 2 or 3 times. And it's like,
it's just
brother,
so boring. It's so boring. Everything is boring.
Hakeem Jeffries is like, that's the thing, is he's actually boring. Like Schumer would be a worthy opponent, but Jeffries he's just a fucking snooze.
Yeah.
And the thing that is not a snooze is the True and On podcast. So plug away, brother.
Oh my god! Oh my god! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Fuck you! Okay.
Find it. I mean, what?
Just Google that shit.
The podcast. Just Google it.
Fantastic. I force my my future wife into listening to you guys every time we go on a trip, because obviously you got to play it on the in the car, and I have lobotomized her into also being a fan. So I have done my part, is what I mean, and you should consider me an investor. With that being said, check out the links below. And before we end, thank you to all our beautiful piggies, also known as
I've been listening to this
patrons.
For an hour. That's crazy.
Help us become as massive and throbbing as the True and On podcast. If you have already not become a patron, go to the link below. Subscribe to the show, and you will get many, many, many beautiful benefits, from the Discord channel over to exclusive episodes, every single episode early, and of course, for the highest tiers, monthly hangout sessions. Link below. Go click it. Do it. It's Christmas. Buy yourself and us a gift.
All right, y'all. This has been the Deprogram.
What the
I'm
fuck
JT.
are these things? Oh my god.
I'm Gopnik.
I'm Brace, and
it's not even what I had to worry about. I hate those things so much.
The United States of America.
No shot.
Awesome day. As you can tell, I am not in studio. Crystal wanted to get away on a little mini vacation, so we did. I'm actually in North Carolina right now. Let me tell you, bro, it was 71 degrees 2 days ago while it was snowing up in New York, so holy shit, did it feel amazing. In fact, even though it looks gross out here today, it's still 65 degrees. So I'm chilling. I know a lot of y'all are buried underneath snow, but I hope you guys are having a great one out there anyway.
100% not
and
buried
I still
underneath
got a
snow.
whole bunch of breaking
That's
news
not what's
for you,
happening
regardless
in
of
my
the
life
fact
right now.
that we're not in studio. So hope you guys are ready. Buckle up, because it's gonna be an important one. So here we go. Let's start with this. Trump the other day came out and said, posting about Epstein, which, by the way, I don't know why he keeps doing this.
Oh, there's a scroll.
You're not helping. You're not making yourself look more innocent. Like, how do you not know that?
Oh, that wasn't a scroll.
He says,
fuck.
now 1 million more pages on Epstein are found. The DOJ is being forced to spend all of its time on this Democrat-inspired hoax. When do they say no more and work on election fraud, etc.?
Wait, what?
The Democrats are the ones who worked with Epstein, not the Republicans.
Insane.
Release all of their names, embarrass them.
I hear the Sifu character saying that in my head now every time the word insane. Like,
only
insane. When you like get up.
Dead Jeffrey Epstein.
Or, wait, no, it's also when you do like a cool combo. You go like that.
So yet again, here we go. In the same post, he goes from "it's all a hoax" to "it's real," but the Democrats.
The cross-problematic is
back to
just like the worst sinew slicer in my mind.
How
so
do you not realize that that is a contradiction? It can't be all fake and a hoax, but also real, and the Democrats did it. That makes no sense. That makes he never, like, every time he opens his mouth, he wages a war on logic. Like, how do you not see that? Trump supporters, how are you not embarrassed? How do you not see that? It makes no sense. It's a total contradiction. But he can't help himself. He can't help himself. But anyway, I do have more on the Epstein front. So I don't know if you guys saw this, but there was a New York Times piece. Don's best friend, how Epstein and Trump bonded over the pursuit of women.
Oh, no.
In this piece, I'm going to read
Wait, no, it's the first. Am I still in the first area? Fuck me, man.
Quote, at Mar-a-Lago, each woman was given a red and white striped wristband advertising them. Miss Brock, one of the moms, felt
All right, that's enough dead cells. I did my run, didn't I?
Young girls who was
Dracula,
there. Felt like she was, quote, neat.
Finish.
None of the other guests, chiefly men in tuxedos, wore the wristbands. The women were made to line up and meet Mr. Trump. So again, instead of like going shopping for a car or something like that, they're shopping for young women. That's what this is. That teenage modeling was all a front for human trafficking. This goes hand in hand with that other New York Times story where we learned about a mother being pulled aside. She had her 14-year-old daughter with her at Mar-a-Lago, which, by the way, not great parenting in the first place. But she's there to nominally to protect her 14-year-old daughter. Marla Maples, Trump's ex-wife, pulls her aside and says, keep your 14-year-old away from my husband, no matter what you do. Keep them away from all of these men. All of them. Holy shit. Holy shit. So now they got wristbands basically saying like, hey, this one's for sale. That's what this is. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Okay, sorry.
All right, let me give you some more. So I don't know if you guys saw this, but Julie K. Brown is a legendary reporter for the Miami Herald, and she's the one who broke the sweetheart Epstein deal story in 2008. Really blew the lid off this whole Epstein case, okay? She came out and said the following.
Back here.
Does somebody at the DOJ want to tell me why my American Airlines booking information and flights in July 2019 are part of the Epstein files, attached to a grand jury subpoena? As the flight itinerary includes my maiden name, and I did book this flight, why was the DOJ monitoring me? So Trump's DOJ in 2019 was spying on a legendary reporter who basically blew the lid off the Epstein files. And of course the concern is, wait a second, is Trump spying on this woman to make sure she doesn't have new, super important breaking information and dirt on him? Dirt on his Fredophile billionaire cabal? Because that's certainly Occam's razor, isn't it?
Fredophile? Like, Italiaphobe?
They're gonna get stuff on me. Quick, spy on the woman
Italiaphile.
who exposed the Epstein story to begin with. Oh my God, bro. It just keeps getting worse. All this stuff keeps getting worse. We also have this. This again,
it's Fredo.
You want to take a shower after you hear this. But in the Epstein files, as reported by TrumpFile.org, there's an article talking about how you had this girl who was raped by Jeffrey Epstein. She says, "I'm going to call the cops on you." And Ghislaine Maxwell plays the role of this person's friend, right? And so Ghislaine Maxwell says, "Oh yeah, no, I got it. I'm outraged by what Jeffrey did. I'm going to call the cops," right? And so the cops are called. People show up in police uniforms. Come to find out, those police uniforms were Jeffrey Epstein's. In fact, he has them in his closet. There's a picture of him with police uniforms in his closet. So they had this thing down to a science. They had it down to a T.
Someone left
if they were accused by one of the girls of rape and they wanted to call the cops, Ghislaine would call the cops, and it'd be Jeffrey Epstein's friends, other parts of the Fredophile billionaire cabal. They would show up, pretend to be the cops, and they arrested Jane Doe. They arrested the girl in this case. And then they threatened to ruin her family, like all these things. And basically, I think they pulled up to this, they got in the car and they pulled up to this body of water that had a lot of alligators, and Jeffrey Epstein pointed at it and said, "If you ever say what I did to you, you'll end up in there with the alligators like all the women before you." Like, what is there to even say about this, bro? This is demonic. This is demonic. And the extent to which they're planning and organizing is just mind-boggling. Like, how did you had fake cop uniforms for if one of the girls wanted to hold you accountable, and Ghislaine would call the cop? Like, what the fuck? This is insane. This is insane. All right. So now let's talk a little bit about what's going on in Fuentes world, in Groyper land. So Will Somer posted the following: drama in Nick Fuentes world tonight after prominent Groyper named Virillium was exposed for wearing women's clothes and describes himself as gay. Huge blow to the Groyper community. Virillium blames J.D. Vance supporters for digging up the dirt on his gay past. Quote, "It was some gay shit."
Hassan was covering earlier.
So, I don't doubt that this guy is right, that the J.D. Vance supporters pulled up.
I feel like if you're in a movement where this is a big controversy, like you're in the wrong movement.
Warfare because you guys.
This kind of thing should just be like whatever. Like the only reason this is being covered by anybody is because they make an issue.
Like, okay, bro, you're still exposed. And he responded. I watched the video. He was talking about like, "Oh, I used to be a degenerate leftist and I was into all that stuff before I was saved by Jesus in like 2023 or whatever." And at no point does he actually mention the gay stuff in particular. At no point does he mention the gay stuff in particular, because guess what? There is no such thing as ex-gay. You know that. I know that. Everybody knows that. It's the fakest thing in the world. Like, people who pretend to be ex-gay are just fucking pent up to the gills and probably jacking off to dicks all over the place. I mean, what a sick joke. You can't change your sexual orientation. If there's anything that's set in stone in this world, it's that. Right? And so, doesn't really address that. So, the reason why this story is interesting is for the very simple reason that, look, I think the Groyper community is just packed full of closet cases. I really do. By the way, we looked at there was polling numbers on Fuentes, and first of all, he has a 6% approval rating. 61% of the country has no idea who the fuck he is. It's actually probably more than that in total. And the demographic community that liked him the most was actually black people, which is so ironic. He's rallying against minorities 24/7, and it happens to be like they're like a lot of the Groypers are like people of color. They're like Hispanic or they're black, and it's this weird thing where like they're not viewed as part of whiteness. So it's almost like, I don't know, they sort of look up to it.
Oh, that's it.
It's very bizarre. It's very strange. But now you know. I mean, one of the leading people in the community is a closet case. Just like there's allegations against Fuentes himself with all the Catboy stuff, for example. You know, they say gay, closeted Mexican twink. Like, that's, we've all heard that about Fuentes. And so, I mean, this guy's coping and seething now because he got outed. But look, I mean, I'd be shocked if this wasn't like a bulk or the majority of the people in Groyper world. Like, you know, you don't get into that stuff unless there's some real deep-seated weirdness going on in you where you're uncomfortable in your own skin. So anyway, I mean, they're blaming the JD Vance people, but dog, it's you. Like, you were gay, you are gay, and, you know, and the other stuff about being a degenerate leftist. I also love, like, the way they talk about being on the left as if it's some sort of illness or sickness. It's like, I got bad news for you. If there's any political ideology that's closer to an illness, it's going to be fucking Nazism, which is like the most depraved shit imaginable. And they talk about being a leftist and like believing in freedom and believing people that have the right to express their gender identity, that's a good thing. They act like that's the bad thing. But anyway, I digress. Kind of hilarious. I wonder how Nick is going to handle this, given that this guy's one of his like top soldiers. I guess we'll find out. All right, we also have, I don't know if you guys have seen this. Now, I just learned about this guy like a week or two ago. I must admit. There's this guy, Clavicular. I learned about him like a week or two ago. The other day I saw, what, did he hit somebody with his car? He's like a young influencer or whatever. I hate that word influencer, but that's what he is, right? And he's a looks maxer is what they call it. So what he does is, you know, these are the people who you read about them like, oh, I smashed my face with a hammer so it would, you know, it would heal in a more masculine shape. Like, this is the shit that these people talk about. They're big on mogging other people, like being the best looking person in a picture by far compared to the other one. Well, anyway, this guy Clavicular, I don't know how or why, but he's now, shouldn't he be arrested, by the way? He allegedly ran over somebody with his car. Shouldn't he be in prison right now? I'm just saying, like, I saw that last week or something like that. Well, he went on Michael Knowles' show. Michael Knowles, of course, Daily Wire talk.
Oh, hello.
And he did an interview with this Clavicular guy.
Your swashbuckling eye
this guy,
patch, I'll add it to the
sure
journal.
He pissed off the Ben Shapiro types, the traditional right-wing types. Because he tells Michael Knowles that he would vote for Gavin Newsom 100 times over J.D. Vance, and he predicts a Newsom win, and he says, quote, Newsom mogs. Vance is obese. Very recessed side profile, whereas Newsom is a 6'3" Chad. How are you fat and expect to lead a country? I'm voting Gavin. So, and these guys, by the way, nominally, these people are supposed to be right-wing. Oh. These looks maxer people are supposed to be right-wing. It's like Red Pill adjacent and Groyper adjacent type stuff. Here's my thing. I kind of think this is a troll. I kind of think they're like fucking with right-wingers and like they actually lean left, and they're almost doing the reverse Jimmy Dore, right? They're doing the like, oh God, I'm so far right and I'm such a pure right-winger that it actually horseshoes back to, I would support Gavin Newsom over J.D. Vance, even though Gavin Newsom is objectively further to the left than J.D. Vance. It's like this weird horseshoe thing, where now the Michael Knowles types and the Ben Shapiro types, they come across as the hall monitors and the professors and the losers and the dorks and the geeks. But what about the midterms? But you need to support the Republican. Be a good boy and support the Republican. And then you got these people who are nominally further right-wing, and they're out there going, fuck J.D. Vance. He's obese. He's got a feminine bone structure. we want Gavin Newsom. We support Gavin Newsom instead. So that's just one example of the shit he said. He also said, he told Michael Knowles that he doesn't care about transgenders because it's, quote, another person to mog.
Oh, they're talking about Clavicular. I love that guy.
Like is, you know, common in right-wing
circles. Not really. He's a murderer.
They sit around Jack each other up and talk
what
about
I've heard, like,
horrible trans people are.
It's been insane, the things I've heard.
And fascists and war criminals. But this guy says, like, oh, I don't care. Trans people can do whatever they want because it's just another person to mog. If they want to take themselves out of the competition, then go ahead, take yourself out of the competition. I'm just going to mog everybody if you're trans. It makes me look even better in comparison. This is basically what he's saying. But it's like a roundabout right-wingy way of saying, yeah, trans people are fine. What? I'm telling you, this is a bit. He's trolling. They're trolling. He rates Sydney Sweeney. He said the following, quote, I would say that she's pretty malformed. Her upper maxilla, never even heard of that.
Oh, her infraorbitals are recessed. It's her. No, I noticed it too. I saw it. I was like, oh my God, look at those infraorbitals.
Orbital support. Not much of a looker in her.
Oh my God! Wait.
So now, from a right-wing perspective,
I'm kidding, obviously. But I remember
look, all I'll say is all the looks matching people.
These were so for orbitals.
By all means, y'all proceed, because you are tearing apart the right-wing community, and they literally don't know what to do with you. They like Michael Knowles did not know what to do with somebody.
I tried to like I said the for orbitals thing to Hassan. And he said that.
Chat. He literally didn't know how to handle it. He tried to be like, but what about the policies? Think of the policies. These people don't give a fuck about policy. Or maybe they do.
Like I noticed we're in for orbitals.
I can't be right wing.
But
so just amazing stuff, man. Just amazing stuff.
All right. Like body dysmorphia and being trans isn't the same thing. I feel like a lot of people mix that up.
Sorry about that. Need to spit out my little cinnamon.
Body dysmorphia is like a different thing where you over-focus on aspects of yourself that you think and you
by the way, everybody check out
them on societal standards more.
There was the last episode
where it's like you think other people have noticed like your giant like nose or something, or like your
everybody this week.
Well, these people take it really far, so like they're recessed infraorbitals of their maxilla.
You don't want to miss that stuff. But it was a great interview. He absolutely
and that's like when you get to the point that you're like over focusing on these things and you think like this is like other people are like noticing when they're evaluating you, and you're like trying like you're like, oh my god, I have to like make sure that my infraorbitals don't look so recessed, and you start bone smashing or something.
In 2028, we would support him in 2028.
Like other people, when they look at you, they don't think about that at all. They're like especially like that guy before he started doing all the shit he started like he wanted to do.
And now, y'all,
people are just like, yeah, okay, you're an attractive person.
The billionaires are coming after him. The tech billionaire assholes,
and they don't focus on that. And so body dysmorphia is
about primarying him,
like that kind of stuff. Like
you have Bill Balsackman says,
thinking like that this one aspect of you is like somehow being over focused on by everyone that sees you. Everyone that sees you is seeing like that you have like this like no cheekbones, or like everyone that sees like everyone's thinking that. It's kind of like when you have like a big zit.
How dare he say we need a wealth tax?
This is a good comparison. Like when you're like when you had acne, if you I don't know if you had acne, but like
who has long.
When you get like a big pimple or zit, and you think everyone fucking knows it, and then you find out like literally no one sees it except for you all the time. That's body dysmorphia. That's not the same thing as being trans. Being trans is mostly like an internal thing, like wanting yourself to be represented in a different way, which is the same thing as like wanting to be buffer or something, where it's like you want your own self-image, like your physical shape, to be more in line with your own self-image.
Facing steep Medicaid cuts. I echo what FDR said with sarcasm.
Different thing where it's not being evaluated externally. There is a degree.
So here's Ro Khanna saying, I welcome the hatred of these multi-billionaires.
But it's more like just, you want to take hormones or something and be more feminine. It's more comparable to like wanting to get buff.
I don't like you anymore.
Anyway.
Good, I hope you don't like him. And I hope you know we're going to tax the fucking shit out of you. I hope you know that. All right, somebody else says, time to primary him.
But I focus on, like, I think that's the real distinction there, is that body dysmorphia is usually focused.
You had billionaires and tech assholes saying, we're coming for Ro Khanna.
Like, external standards, societal judgments and stuff. And that's why they, like, when Clavicular is talking about people's, like, Josh Aves and stuff, he's going off these, like, standards, quote-unquote standards, that he's just following.
Entitled, pampered little pricks who cry about a fucking 1% wealth tax whilst people can't afford their electricity bill, okay? The fact that you hate him means we like him more. We like him more. We're going to support him more.
Well, being trans is more like whatever society says, whatever anybody says. I feel better about myself now. Okay? And that's the same thing as, like,
so you want to go ahead and get your little
like other self-image efforts. Like, you don't need to, like it's not better to be overweight or underweight, but, like, if you feel better in your self-image, losing weight, and how you look that way, that's fine. It's not unhealthy to want to be that way.
The more you go after him, the more we like him, okay? I know you guys are busy destroying the earth. And you don't like that anybody's trying to check your ass, your unlimited wealth and power. But we're going to do exactly that. I know you're busy raising electricity prices. I know you're busy poisoning Memphis with your fucking shitty data centers. I know you're busy fucking doing tax avoidance by shoving all your money in the Cayman Islands. I know you're busy whining and complaining. I know you're busy using Doge to cut pediatric cancer research. But your time is up. Your time is up. And now we're going to get a president in Ro Khanna. God, I hope he runs. But we're gonna get a president who's gonna.
Oh God! See, this is what I'm like. I diverge from Kyle, where I'm like, really, you want Ro Khanna presidency?
Well, that's a non-starter, son. That's a non-starter. Then we're not interested in what you're selling. Stop with your bullshit of we need Manchin to Mamdani. We need a big tent from Manchin to Mamdani. The fuck we do. The Democratic Party is only as good as its most conservative member. That's Joe Manchin. He blocked virtually all of Build Back Better. Okay? He's the reason we didn't have a transformation.
Isn't he out now? I thought he was gone.
To improve the system for working people. He's the reason. We're not doing that again. We're getting real change. We're going to go after MAGA. We're going to hold MAGA accountable. We're going to go after the billionaires and the war criminals and the fascists. That's what we're going to do. So anyway, go ahead. Keep coming at Ro Khanna. You're only going to make us like him more. All right, now let's talk about this. I know you guys have probably seen this. This has also been all over social media. But there's this right-wing fake journalist by the name of Nick Shirley. And he did this big expose where he goes around Minnesota and he pretends.
I climb that from where I am. I don't think it's her.
Fraud happening. Look at this business and that business.
And they can climb up there.
And they're shaking down taxpayers and they're lying and they're cheating and it's fraud and Tim Walz is in on it. And he goes through this whole thing. Okay. So, blows up in right-wing circles because they're a bunch of idiots who just want to be fed the narrative that they already agree with about how black people are bad, right? Well, the second you have
being way longer
any
than I
straight
expected.
reporters and liberals and leftists dig into what this guy was saying, immediately, virtually all of his claims just fell apart. They just fell apart. So, one of the things he says is this quality learning center, like, oh, they're committing fraud and they're shaking down the taxpayers, and this is part of his little video that he releases. And come to find out, he just lied. He literally blurred out the information that was posted on the door because he knew that would fuck up his narrative. He blurred it out. So he was like overtly lying to the point where he knew if somebody paused the video and zoomed in, they could read the stuff that it said on the sheet of paper. So he blurred it out. Okay? Quality Learning Center was
what the
already
fuck?
permanently closed. And it wasn't closed because of fraud. There were child safety issues. All he had to do was look that up, and he would have seen it, but he didn't look it up. So this is what they do. This is what they do. They are narrative humpers. They are liars. And the thing that fucking pisses me off to no end is it's not like there's a shortage of actual fraud to get mad at. Now, by the way, you also have these right-wingers posting these fake pictures that say, Somali child care centers were discovered to have donated to local Somali politicians in Minneapolis, Minnesota, after revelations that the government-funded businesses were conducting massive fraud. Well, guess what? Turnbull on Twitter, he did a check of the FEC, Minnesota Campaign Finance, and Public Disclosure Board for donations from Lucky Child Care LLC and Sunshine Child Care Inc. There were no records showing that's true. These people are lying. They are making up fake shit and
climb up
posting it on
there.
social media, pretending it's real to whip people up into a manic frenzy to target Somalis. That's what they're doing. And it is total fucking horseshit. Now, mind you, the people who are whining and bitching and moaning and lying about
I need to put something in there to
not
climb
talking
it.
about the massive criminal fraudster who was just pardoned by Trump. There's this guy, Philip Esformez. He's a Minnesota daycare fraudster. He was operating a nursing home scheme to defraud Medicare to the tune of $1.2 billion. He got doctors to bill for unnecessary services. Okay? Trump pardoned that guy, $1.2 billion in Medicare fraud. Trump pardoned that guy. Not only did he pardon him, as soon as that guy got out, what did he do? He started doing some domestic abuse. He did domestic violence, and he was rearrested. So I don't want to hear your bullshit about the stuff you made up about Somalians, okay? I don't want to hear that. I want you to get fucking mad at your president, who you guys suck off, who just pardoned a $1.2 billion fraudster. He just pardoned them, and you said nothing about it. Nothing. Not even a peep. So I don't want to hear it. I simply don't want to hear it. These people are liars and scumbags and charlatans. And the other fact is, the Pentagon just failed its 8th audit in a row. 8th audit in a row. What is Trump doing, their president? He's saying, I want $1 trillion Pentagon budget. Guys, I'm not kidding when I say they can't account for 63% of their money. Even if I grant you everything you say about the Somali community in Minnesota, that is a pittance compared to the trillions of dollars that the Pentagon is stealing. Lockheed Martin, Raytheon, Boeing, Honeywell, all of these fucking companies, they are robbing us blind to the tune of trillions of dollars. Not a billion, trillions of dollars. And you got nothing to say about that. In fact, all of you idiots want to give even more money to the Pentagon. So I don't want to hear it. This is what we call fake outrage. They are doing fake outrage. And the whole point is to hyper-target black people in Minnesota to try to deport all of them. That's the idea. Meanwhile, they say nothing about the white guy who did $1.2 billion in Medicare fraud in Minnesota, mind you, who was pardoned by Donald Trump. Just
I have no idea how to get through here.
Because he's literally doing pay-to-play for pardons. You pay $1 million, you get off. So we also have, by the way, Elon Musk, his dipshit ass chimed in on this. And he said, we found hundreds of fraud schemes. This is one of many. There was massive fraud in every government program, especially federal funds sent as block grants to the states. So this is him. He thinks he's getting in on the fun, dumping on Somalis in Minnesota. That's what he thinks he's doing. What he's really doing is showing how big a piece of shit he is. Because if there actually was a ridiculous amount of fraud that you discovered with Doge, why didn't you report any fraud to the DOJ or the FBI? Why were there 0 investigations, 0 criminal charges, 0 convictions? You got literally nothing. You got nobody on fraud. So if what you're saying is true, you're the most incompetent motherfucker that's ever lived because you have nothing to show for it. But guess what? It's actually not true. He's a total fucking liar. He's the one that's doing the fraud. Remember that story? They backdated some subsidy that was given to one of Elon Musk's companies and went from like 400,000 and they tried to up it to like 400 million. Then they got caught and they had to drop it. He's the fucking fraudster. This son of a bitch took $38 billion in U.S. tax money to do like a dozen rockets that blew up. Okay? I don't want to hear from you. You want to talk about fraud? Your dumbass said, what was it, 14 years ago? He said, I'll get us on Mars in 10 years. Bitch, we are way over the limit. We should have been there 4 years ago. What happened? You're a lying charlatan. That's what happened. That's what happened. Now, while we're on the topic of lying charlatans, this guy, listen to this. So Vivek Ramaswamy, as you all know, he's running for governor of Ohio. And when you look at his backstory, man, it is not good. So he created this thing, Axivant, which was supposed to be this Alzheimer's drug. And they I think they faked results about, oh, it's working. Look, it got through phase 1. It's working. It's working. And then, of course, what ended up happening is it was a failed drug. It didn't work. So the insiders raised all the money, cashed out. The investors got wiped out. Okay, so him and his family made a killing off this where other people lost everything. Well, 2 years later, there's a new biotech company that emerges in the same family orbit. They raised over $1 billion, and no drugs have gone to the market. None. 0. So, in other words, it looks like Vivek Ramaswamy. We already knew this, that he's this massive con man, right? He's this massive con man. But now he's still running his con. As he's running for governor of Ohio. The fucking nerve. The fucking nerve. Holy shit. So anyway, I hope he loses. What a snake oil salesman. What a liar. What a scumbag. And they need to do more detailed reporting on this because this is a big deal. That's a big fucking deal, bro. That's a big deal. All right. Now, let's talk about some of this. Oh, God, the stuff that I've seen coming out on Trump's bombings. I mean, it is disturbing. It is never ending. It is never ending. So, Trump bombed Nigeria on Christmas. More on that in a minute. But he also keeps bombing Somalia, and nobody's reporting about it. So, you have this guy, Dave DeCamp of antiwar.com. He went in and did some actual reporting, and he found out we're up to at least 127 U.S. airstrikes in Somalia just this year. That's more than double the previous record of 63. This is what Trump is doing. So to understand how unprecedented the bombing campaign in Somalia is, Trump has bombed Somalia this year more than Bush, Obama, and Biden combined. More than Bush, Obama, and Biden combined. So there has been this massive uptick in bombings in Somalia. Now, at the same time, as I just mentioned, there was a bombing raid in Nigeria on Christmas Day. Now, apparently, Trump literally saved it for Christmas Day because he wanted to make an example on Christmas Day. Which, I mean, if that's not evil, I don't know what fucking evil is. You are waiting for Christmas Day to launch deadly attacks? Like, what is that? Some satanic shit. Well, CNN has a headline here. Fear and confusion in Nigerian village hit in U.S. strike as locals say no history of ISIS in the area. So I need you guys to understand. Do you not see this yet? That these are absolute psychopaths who are bombing willy-nilly random civilians. Do you not understand that? They assign zero credibility to non-white lives.
You are not boy.
These people mean nothing to them. The over 100 people murdered in the Caribbean
Does it
on
not
fishing
know
missions
this grand
from Trinidad and
secret?
Tobago, in Venezuela, and Colombia. Like, I need you to stop and think about that, bro. This is insane. This is insane. He's bombing fishermen. Now he's threatening to steal Greenland again. He's threatening to steal Panama. He's bombing now Nigerian villages.
What does it
And by the way,
know?
they have the whole story backwards. They're trying to say there's these Muslims and they're killing all the Christians in Nigeria and it's like a Christian genocide. Insane that they're saying these things. Why? Because the bulk of the deaths from ISIS and Boko Haram, it's other Muslims. The Muslims are also the victims. But they don't care about that. It ruins their narrative. The same people who are telling you that there's not a genocide in Gaza are the same people who are telling you there is a genocide of Christians.
No, I mean,
I literally don't know how to respond to misinformation this fucking ridiculous. This absurd. This obscene.
It must
so
be
now, I mean, I have to say, and nobody has tracked this stuff closer than me, but now I've literally lost count of all the places Trump has bombed, right? We got Iran, we got Yemen, we got Somalia, we got Venezuela. I mean, I can't keep up. I can't keep up. And by the way, they're not even done with Iran yet. If you think they are, I got a fucking bridge to sell you, right? Syria, like all the... What are we supposed to do with this? And then everybody acts like nothing's going on, right? Everybody acts like Trump didn't just bomb a random village in Nigeria for no reason on Christmas Day. Right? It's like, are you guys not paying attention? Do you guys not see what this is? So, look, 25th Amendment. You gotta get him out of there. You gotta impeach him or do the 25th Amendment. He's gotta go, and he needs to face criminal fucking charges for this. Because, by the way, as you know, you should understand this without me even having to say it. But all this is illegal. You think it's illegal to randomly start lighting up fucking villages in Nigeria? There's no declaration of war with Nigeria. Now, they'll lie and say, oh, but it has to do with the war on terror, and we're using that same authorization for use of military force for this. Okay, that argument would be laughed out of a courtroom. It would be laughed out of a courtroom. But that's what they make, because they don't care. Pete Kegsbreath, the Secretary of War Crimes, doesn't care. Trump doesn't. He's barely fucking alive. He's barely alive. He's getting IV injections in both fucking hands and won't even say what it is. My guess is it's that Alzheimer's drug. Which, let's stop and think about this. A president who there's reason to believe he allegedly has Alzheimer's, right? Based on the injections in his hands every 2 weeks or so. It's this drug Leqembi, which is for the beginning of Alzheimer's. And he's already shown evidence, no impulse control whatsoever. There's already evidence of Alzheimer's. His dad had it, which makes him 3 to 15 times more likely to have it. If the president of the United States is fucking sundowning and he has Alzheimer's and he's calling bombing raids in Somalia and Nigeria and Venezuela on a daily basis, and we're all acting like this is normal, something is fucking wrong with us. Something is wrong with us as a country. We've lost it. We've lost it. Like, I don't know what the fuck people are focusing on. I don't know if they're busy with fucking, you know, K-pop or Labubu's or whatever the fuck. But, like, hello, wakey, wakey. Our country is being fucking run into the ground by a guy with a senile old man war criminal pedophile with dementia, right? I don't know how else to say it. And then, finally, I'll bring this up, too. So, there's reason to believe now...
Okay, what the fuck?
...that the next phase of the genocide in Gaza is going to be rounding up the remaining Palestinians, which by some counts is about 1.5 million. Which, by the way, if that were true, we're talking like 800,000 Palestinians actually killed in the genocide, right? That's what that is. That's what that is. But 1.5 million Palestinians, and they're going to round them up and send them to Somaliland. That Somaliland has agreed
or is happening
to host a bunch of Palestinians, and it looks like that may be the next round of the genocide. And you have one of the head of one of the most important think tanks in Israel, who's openly now saying this, Dr. Dan Diker, Jerusalem Center president. So, look, I don't know if this is fully verified yet, but it's terrifying that we're also at this place too. That we witnessed a genocide live streamed in 4K, and now they're talking about finishing the ethnic cleansing portion so that Jared Kushner and Donald Trump can build hotels and casinos on the beach in Gaza over the rubble and the bodies of dead babies. Trump wants golden statues built in the middle of a vacation paradise of Gaza. We have truly fucking lost our minds, man. There is zero morality and zero ethics left. It really feels like we're living in the Fourth Reich, if I'm being honest. It feels like the Fourth Reich. So there you have it, guys. There's your news for today. But don't worry, I will be right back here tomorrow with a whole bunch more stuff, because there's a lot to talk about and it never ends.
A year and a half ago, Donald Trump was facing prison, bankruptcy, shame forever. I mean,
last week, sitting here was Anna Kasparian, and you guys had a really
that got around.
Yeah, and her co-host.
I don't think it got around as much as he thinks it did, but tweeted, maybe, yeah.
I think Bill Maher is
like the Vanguard community,
in American media. I'm happy to challenge him to a debate on his favorite country in the world, his beloved Israel. How do you respond to that? I'm assuming you didn't even see this
why doesn't he answer the question that she won't answer? Or that she didn't until finally she had to give in and say, yes, I would live in Tel Aviv.
Would you challenge, would you
Yes, well, I'd love to hear his.
And by the way, we're 38 seconds in and he already lied. Again, I think that Anna Kasparian did a pretty piss poor job in their exchange about Israel, unfortunately, even though she was right and he was wrong. But she did not concede at any point in that discussion or exchange that she would rather live in Tel Aviv. As Bill Maher just implied, she eventually had to admit, I eventually did admit that I'd rather live in Tel Aviv than, any other country in the Middle East or something like that, or any other city, in the Middle East. So he's already fucking lying. Again, I don't think that Anna Kasparian did a great job, but you don't have to lie about what she said in order to make that point, Bill. It's crazy.
Yep.
She won't answer. Or that she didn't until finally she had to give in and say, yes, I would live in Tel Aviv.
Like Anna Kasparian PR hour, because I didn't watch this really.
Because there is no answer. Anybody who thinks that.
And if you just heard that, Bill Maher said, yes, he would debate Cenk. Essentially, she says, would you debate him? And he says, yes, I would, because I want to hear him answer that question. And again, to give credit to Cenk Uygur, on the night Anna went on Bill Maher, they went live on TYT and they talked about this. And Cenk actually did give a pretty good answer to that question. He named off a bunch of fucking cities that were totally safe, not only for him, but for women to live in as well, where they wouldn't be persecuted. Places like Istanbul in Turkey, a country that Cenk obviously knows something about. But yeah, there's a lot of places in the Middle East that you'd be totally safe that aren't fucking Tel Aviv. It's totally ridiculous. And again, Bill Maher seems to be open to the debate. Little does he know that Cenk has already answered that question and would probably fucking bulldoze him if he gets the chance to answer it to Bill's face.
100%. And another place we brought up, and I wish Anna would have had the, wherewithal to bring it up, is right across the fucking border in Beirut, right? How far is Lebanon from Israel, right? Not far at all. In Beirut, you can dress however the fuck you want. You can drink alcohol if you want to, right? I've watched many Anthony Bourdain No Reservation episodes, it feels like, where he goes to Beirut and gets absolutely hammered and, exists in luxury and talks about how it's a tragedy that there's so much bombing that's going off right in the distance. And that bombing is being done by fucking Israel, right? So right there across the border, it's not even far. You could easily get around and wear whatever the hell you'd like.
100%. So I guess before we watch the rest of this clip, Zach, do you think Bill Maher is fronting, or do you think we really have a Cenk Uygur Bill Maher debate coming down the pipeline to look forward to? Do you think it's actually something that's going to get set up, or will Bill Maher chicken out at the last minute, only saying this to appear tough in the moment?
I think whenever there's a hot chick in the room, and not that this lady is a hot chick, but a young woman, I would say, I think you always have to imagine that there's like 50 to 75% front from Bill Maher. I think he's capping like a motherfucker. So I think he's, peacocking a little bit here. He's like, I'll debate anybody, I'll take them all on. Will he actually go through with it? I would say that I'm putting like a 25% chance we actually see Cenk Uygur on Club Random or something like that.
They're a social justice activists, which these people do. And your number one issue isn't gender apartheid in the Muslim world. You're a joke. You're a joke. It's so obvious where the biggest amount of oppression is. You people who hate oppression so much.
Insane thing to say. Insane thing to say. Pause it.
Like the whole
It's an insane thing to say while children are literally starving to death. That the most
people hate
important
oppression so
to care
much.
about is
Like
gender
you're
oppression.
fine with oppression.
All you do in America is talk shit on that kind of thing. That has children and mothers and grown men as well starving to death, being bombed to smithereens at hospitals, going through the most unimaginable pain and trauma. But the greatest oppression is, gender dynamics throughout the Middle East. Are you crazy? Like, I support gender equality globally, but I also understand a triage when I see one, and the most jarring atrocity that needs to end now is obviously what's happening in Palestine.
Different door.
whole thing. And they showed, of course they have pictures. I don't have pictures here, but they show pictures of women in the full covered, the burqa of head to. I saw the front page of the New York Times yesterday was something about Syria. Maybe it was their 1 year anniversary or something. And this is Syria, which I, kind of think, well, it's not Afghanistan, it's not Saudi Arabia. Well, it's Syria. It was the leader of the Muslim world at some point, and but there's the women, and they were in the full, like I'm not even the eye slit, just
no, they can't see
the full black fumigation tent.
And again, it's fair to criticize the oppression of women that takes place in the Middle East under Islamic regimes. Obviously, we criticize all sorts of institutional religions here. We live in America. We've been impacted by and seen a lot of the ways in which Christianity has been used to justify horrible bigotry. Obviously, in the Middle East, it's the same thing with Islam. But again, you don't have to only acknowledge that in the context of defending fucking Israel, a literal genocidal authoritarian regime, which is in the middle of a neo-colonialist expansionist project, right? Which endangers basically all of their neighbors at once. So yeah, it's like, do I have to sit here and just reflexively defend the way women are treated in certain Muslim countries? No, I think that's silly. I do think some liberals take it a little bit too far, where it's like you can't acknowledge the fact that Islam results in societal inequalities and hardcore oppression in the same way most Western liberals will happily acknowledge the horrific effects that Christianity has had. Yeah, I think it's fair to do that with any other religion, including Islam, including Judaism. Look what Judaism is currently being used to justify, right? So that's fair to say, but it's pretty telling that people like Bill Maher only do that when it comes to
but I'm not gonna go into
the context of defending Israel.
Yup.
If you're okay with keeping women in beekeeper suits, including in 100-degree weather, and this is just something that just, okay, well, whatever. And I'm the racist. First of all, Islam is not a race.
The statement was basically like, there was a lot of vagueness to it, where it would take a lot to delve into.
It's just more fundamentalist than other religions in this century. That would not have been the case in the 14th century. But we don't live then. We live now. And the fact that you won't call this out, like the fact that these Muslims in America, the way you live here, you couldn't live that way.
It's so insane to call Islam fundamentalist and also in that same breath, the very next breath after, defend the Zionist project in Israel, right? Because not only is it a neo-colonial project, it is also a insane religious crusade, right? It is basically a religious crusade. They're saying we are bestowed or bequeathed this land by God, right? Everybody made fun of it when it was the Somali memes, right? Oh, we were promised this land in Minnesota because it's hysterical, right? The fact that that would actually be used as a political argument. But to sit there and be the guy who's like, I'm an atheist, but the Holy Land belongs to the Jews and it's the Muslims who are fundamentals. And also he's hiding behind this, Islam isn't a race. Yeah. Go and listen to anybody talk in fucking Tel Aviv. They'll call them all Arabs, and they will be racist as fuck to them.
Yep, 100%, 100%. And yeah, you're right. As I said too, Judaism is being used to justify the atrocities that Israel commits. That doesn't mean it's real Judaism, though. in the same way that we all obviously recognize that, yeah, it's an ideology that's being used to advance something horrible, but it's not an accurate reflection of the values of Judaism. In the same way, yeah, a lot of horrible governments use the religion of Islam to justify whatever practice they want, but we can acknowledge that that's not really the values that inform most Muslim communities, or the values that most of them live by and uphold. So it's totally ridiculous. And again, Bill Maher only brings this up in the context of defending Israel.
Yep. And last thing, I would say that the most direct comparison to the Zionist government of Israel would be something like the fucking Taliban in Afghanistan. Like, if you really think about the religious rule, which if you compared it to that, like Bill Maher would be radically opposed to the Taliban. That was a case where it felt like Zach
and
yet he's just a fervent supporter
actually helped Gavin moderate his shake a little bit.
Netanyahu and the far right, Zionist regime in Israel.
In most of these countries where your ancestors are from, and certainly your wife couldn't. The fact that this isn't your biggest issue as people who hate oppression, you're a joke. So, you want to debate? Sure. I mean, I debated her. I'm bored. As I said at the end.
Also, to act like progressives or people on the left only care about Israel is a total fucking lie. What if Zach and I and a bunch of other colleagues of ours spent the last 6 months fucking talking about Saudi Arabia and chastising people like Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle for going to Saudi Arabia, taking their blood money and participating in their propaganda. We talk about that constantly. We talk about it ad nauseum. We talk about the way that, Qatar is buying off the president and the obvious corruption that exists between our government and those Gulf state Islamic countries. It's not just fucking Israel. You're just a goddamn propagandist and a Zionist through and through, and you can't see anything any other way. But no, the left actually has a pretty, well-rounded critique of a lot of different authoritarian countries in that region. You just can't bring yourself to admit that Israel is also one of them that is worthy of criticism.
I said, I'm bored.
Yeah.
At some point, we've been around this mulberry bush, and I'm kind of bored, and you have your story, and you're sticking to it. And I thought she did not look, everything else we talked about, she was so reasonable.
Yeah,
She sort of came over to where I think is the center left, where I think I am. And on this one, first of all, she just wanted the fight.
Of course.
I feel like it's a credential thing for that generation. It's like they have to be these useful idiots who somehow, again, as the world's big liberals, found their way to this position of marching with the most oppressive people in the world. I mean, it's hard to wrap your head around.
At no point in that interview did Anna Kasparian defend Hamas. At no point was she marching alongside the architects of fill in the blank with whatever authoritarian Islamic regime Bill Maher is picturing right now. All she was saying is, no, we shouldn't be funding the slaughter of the innocent women and children that just so happen to live in those regimes and under that Islamic leadership by no fault of their own. They didn't ask to be inducted into Sharia law or Muslim society or whatever scary words Bill Maher is thinking about right now. They just happen to fucking live there. So yeah, I think it's a pretty reasonable thing that, yeah, maybe we shouldn't fund the country slaughtering them. Which again is what Anna's position was, and she didn't do a very good job debating.
I think Gavin gets carried away there.
She was just
I don't think
rah rah, I love Hamas.
Israel
I love Hamas.
is Jewish
and
regime
make it a generational thing. She says, people of that generation, they're looking for a fight.
Buys into the premise that somehow if you follow Judaism,
bring the fight. She basically, she basically completely
what they're
failed
doing
to aggressively
is
challenge
what the
you in way
text
that
is
she
saying,
should
and
have.
I don't agree with that.
But Cenk Uygur, who's actually closer to Bill Maher's age, he's probably 5 or 10 years younger than Bill Maher. He's actually way more aggressive and far more hungry for a real.
She might be 20
fight.
years younger than him.
No, I'm saying Cenk.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That's what I'm saying. He's even more ready for a fight, and he's a lot closer to Bill Maher's age. It's not some generational thing. I know lots of people that are young that are fucking super pissed off and hate Israel. I also know people that are 60 years old that this issue has basically overtaken their entire understanding of America's place in the world and of Israel's place in the world. And yeah, they're radicalized as shit. It's not something that's only affecting the younger generations.
No, that's so important to bring up. Look at the entire I've Had It podcast, right? Look at the Jen and Pumps phenomenon right now. Who do you guys think are listening to that podcast? Who do you think's listening to that? It's those exact women and men too, but younger people and also older people who are like, hey, man, I've been radicalized by this. I want the Democratic Party to change on this, and I'm going to raise my voice about this. Great point.
Oh, I guess that was the end.
Oh, well, either way, no,
by the Free Press. So there you
go.
Oh,
that lady fulfilling her duty of throwing her generation under the bus. I guess that's what it takes to get employed at the Free Press. I'm not like the other kids of my generation. Okay, I know how to stooge for power. Okay, I'm not gonna cause any problems for you. Like fucking craziness. But yeah, I think it's always really important to point out that it's not just college kids that care about this issue, and it's actually really offensive to kind of pin it as if it's a generational issue, right? I think about people like Crystal Ball, right? I think about people who have, Kyle Kalinske. These are people of all different generations who are out there every single day talking about how terrible this is. Ryan Grimm, these are people, again, out there.
Amy Goodman, been holding it down for a while.
Exactly. Miss Rachel, right? All kinds of people are out here and saying, hey, this is wrong. I'm opposing this. I am completely against this. The Democratic Party, doesn't represent me if this is where it's going. And then, of course, you also have, the more left-wing voices. Don't mean to leave anybody out. Obviously, we were talking about Hassan earlier. He's been obviously a tremendous voice. And as have Cenk and Anna been on that, one issue.
Yeah. And again, it's not even just like commentators, either people that professionally talk about world events and politics. It's also just normie fucking people, again, of all age. It's not just the youth using social media anymore. It's not just like the young people that are consuming social media. So even if you do think that like, oh, people only care about this issue because like they're being brainwashed by TikTok or whatever, it's like, well, guess what? It's not just fucking Gen Z that uses TikTok anymore, you boomer ass motherfucker. But also, it's also not propaganda, which is brainwashing people into caring about a literal fucking genocide they're watching unfold in real time. Like most people grew up actually, internalizing the concept of never again. This idea that like, yeah, this Holocaust thing that happened is something, that will never, a mistake will never repeat, right? As a world, as a human race. And yeah, understandably, now that we're all watching it fucking happen again, or that we did watch it happen again, yeah, people are going to get pissed off. It's not that hard to fucking understand why people are angry about the mass slaughter and ethnic cleansing of an entire country.
Welcome everybody to Stop This World.
I need all right
stuff. Call in, we'll solve all your problems. We got on the couch Kumail Nanjiani. We're pumped to have you here, dude. Thanks for coming. Night Thoughts on Hulu. You like the professional intro?
That was a really until you said that. Yeah. I was so impressed. I was like, honestly, first thought was he knows the phone number by heart.
It took a while. We've been doing the show 2.5 years.
This guy's going places.
And by the way, the last 4 digits are Stav.
I know. I know. Hey, that's professional too. Yeah. That's not a coincidence.
That's why people are like, "Whoa, are you from Jacksonville?" It's like, no, we put in Stav on Google Voice, and whatever number came back, we took.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
That's great. Yeah. Love it though.
But yeah, you got the new special out. Nice to have you here, dude. We're big fans. I mean, when we met at we saw Naked Gun, which was awesome.
It's just so funny.
Really good.
So good.
Really good. I told
Liam
you
Neeson one?
I weirdly was keyed in on because I was really into stand up when you were kind of taking off before the acting stuff at all.
Yeah.
Right? You were talking you were like, I was really investigating, hey, what alt comics are on the rise?
Yeah.
And I have these very vivid memories of I worked at the grad school at University of Maryland, Baltimore County. I was my senior year.
How's that school?
It's actually pretty good.
Yeah.
It's not a bad school, not a fun school. It's one of those you'll get an education, but but it kind of sucks, dick. The parties were all I remember being keyed up. I'm so pumped. I'm in college, baby.
Yeah.
Going to my first college party. in a dorm, fully 19 men,
19
2
men.
girls, 2 girls,
bad ratio.
uncomfortable. The girls are like, we got to get out of here. And it's just, there's just enough room for someone brought in a folding table in a little dorm, and it's just literally beer pong and just like people circling around it like it's the Coliseum.
Yeah.
There's no way to talk. Everyone's trying to shuffle to get close to the girls. Just like, you know, obviously none of us got to fuck them. They were long gone.
Somebody got to fuck them.
You're right. Somebody did. You know what? One of my roommates did at a certain point end up fucking them. So I got to know her
through
as like a girl getting fucked while I'm pretending to sleep.
That was always the worst. I've been there. When it was like sex was like a distant, like there's no way this will ever happen for me. I didn't lose my
100%.
You know, I was like fairly like into my college career before I lost my virginity.
Me too.
You were?
Damn.
Oh, we were not pussy getters.
I feel like I get embarrassed when this comes up.
And we really
for like the opposite reason. I was way too young when I lost my virginity.
Adolescence, and it did not work out for us.
Yeah, I mean, I remember. Certain, you know, 16,
I just don't know what to
17,
enter in
like,
these situations because like like I'm like at the point where it's like wow really that young
because I don't deserve it.
My dick's too small. I have a pathetic little dick. I'm ugly.
I got a terrible personality. I feel like people with terrible dicks are fucking, but I'm like, I got nothing to offer a woman. Why would she? I don't deserve it. They're right.
Yeah. Oh, that's interesting because I think I had some kind of sexual, like I thought I was inadequate because I couldn't, because I could get girls to like me. Because I was always had like the
I can do that. Okay, wait.
The moment someone showed that it was possible,
no, I don't need to do it.
I was a coward.
You choked.
Dude, I blew so many opportunities.
Yeah, you're missing free throws.
I'm at the last minute. It's shaking.
You already know.
Yeah, like a crowd noise.
Right. Yeah, you're like Chris Webber. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm calling a timeout that doesn't exist. Absolutely. I had so many opportunities, like starting young, like. The first time I touched titties, I was like 15, 14.
Oh my God. Did she know?
Yeah, she was unconscious. I was volunteering in an old folks home. I was trying to pump up my college resume.
Still counts.
I would dress. What I would do is I would dress up in a World War II outfit. I would say, "Dolly, I'm home. We got those krauts."
You've been waiting for this day for 40 years.
And you know, people say I didn't get consent. I made those old ladies' day. for I come back with flowers.
Yeah, that's the best day she's had in decades. Since she got the letter, this is the best day she's had.
It was like the Greek festival. It's at my church. That was the one night a year you would get drunk as a child. At our church.
That's a thing? Is a Greek church like a drinky place?
Well, we would have the big money maker for every Greek church you go to. Like, if you've ever been to any bumfuck town, they're having a Greek festival, it's because the Orthodox church in that town.
Oh, that's interesting, because where Emily's from in North Carolina, there's a Greek festival that she talks about.
And it's like the money that makes the church's money for the year. Because everybody comes.
That's what it is.
That's like the Nutcracker with ballet companies.
Like, why do they have a Greek festival?
Yeah, and so
it's a scam.
Exactly, and they loved getting and Greeks, you know, they'll let children drink whatever, and it was like New Year's and the Greek festival was like June and December. It was like your 2 nights to get fucked up as a child,
right?
And just like try and make out. And literally the first time I touched titties was at my church, drunk as hell off of my brother's god sister was like working the bar, and so she's like, "Here's all the beers you want, little buddy." Like, I'm just getting served as a child at the bar. I felt like the man.
So then,
but anyway,
talk me through this moment.
It was just a girl who, let's just say, great gal, fun gal, right? She came with someone else, and I just kind of waited for him to blow it. I just kind of was on the periphery, kind of bided my time. And it was one of those
just like slowly circling closer.
Yeah. And I knew
spiraling.
her. I kind of knew her. She was like from my school, and this was her like exotic come to East Baltimore.
And
check out what the Greeks are up to. Like a white trash girl who was on like a
Doors open,
graphic.
You know,
She's surveying the natives.
Yeah, exactly. And I just think whoever brought her kind of blew. It was like there was one at this Greek festival. There was one more timid pussy than me. And I just had to outdo him, basically.
It's like what they say about running away from a bear. You don't gotta be fast. You just gotta be better than the worst
I
guy.
his hamstrings, so the no pussy getting bear catches him instead of me.
That's not where I'm supposed to be going. Where is he?
It was great. One of the highlights of my life.
Did you see her again?
Yeah, it was one of those classic.
Oh fuck, where is he? I forgot. How do I get there?
She was like such a seasoned pro at like getting
her titties touched.
Yeah, and getting her titties touched. That to her was like now, you know, like in your 30s, you might get drunk and be like, oh, I can't believe I made out with that person. That was kind of wild or whatever. You're like, you know, you're capable of that. She was kind of in that mode at like 15. So I remember being at my telemarketing job the next day, which by the way,
oh my God,
15-year-old telemarketer for American Government Mortgage.
Can I tell you something?
Yeah.
I can pick that up from your vibe. When I first encountered you, I was like, somewhere in his teens, this guy was selling bullshit on a phone.
I didn't close a single app. I would like to. I didn't help the housing crisis. In fact, I kind of took some of the money away from it.
You were like the bad guy in The Big Short.
Exactly. Basically, yeah. I was just a very incompetent guy at one of those offices. So I was
you were actually helped.
I was helping because I was getting $10 an hour.
Okay,
horrible shell companies.
That's what, you know what is so funny to me? Like, this is the thing that all those people who got stuck in the Riyadh Comedy Festival, by the way, funniest news story of the last 10 years.
It is really funny.
It's so great.
I wouldn't, I got offered, I didn't want to do it. I think we shouldn't support, you know, regime. Like, it's a monarchy that has so many human rights violations that it's like, I wouldn't have done it, but whatever. But it is funny because Kamala wins. No one gives a fuck about this.
Right.
That's actually 100% true.
You know, and some of the same people. Like, I bet you Gabriel Iglesias is doing a fucking private for, like, Deloitte. He's like signing bombs for, like, you know, Northrop Grumman and shit like that. Like, they probably named a bomb Fluffy or something in the past.
Oh my
He's probably gotten, like, $2 million to do stand-up. Like, all these guys,
I'm not murderous, I'm fluffy.
Yeah. All these guys are used to cashing huge checks from evil people. And they're like, now I'm getting in trouble?
Well, to me, it's so funny because not one person was like, hey, I am taking money away from them. What I'm going to use it for is going to be better what they will use it for.
Right.
Why did nobody come up with that?
They tried, but it was too late. They tried after they got caught. And then I think they were like human rights groups were like, we don't want blood money.
To me, that's the funniest. Is when people try to donate it, they were like, we don't want it.
No.
There's nothing you can do.
Yeah. That's a tough one. But anyway, so how did it end? Real quickly, put a button on, and then we'll actually talk to our guest who.
I'm so interested in this.
I just remember being like going into my job being like, well, it looks like I have a girlfriend now. and then it was the MySpace days and being like, oh, let's see have I made her top 8 yet? Like, truly.
Wow.
Because I had never gotten any romantic attention from a girl. So I just figured, like, once she kisses you,
it's so important.
She's your girlfriend.
Yeah, it changes how you see yourself.
And then it was like, not only that, but like, it becomes clear by cruising her MySpace she has a boyfriend.
Yeah.
And then she's messaging me like, LOL, I don't even remember what happened this
she's
weekend.
Trying to backtrack.
And now I'm like, haha, me neither. I'm fucking crying. I'm crying in my cubicle.
You've been replaying it exactly as it happened in your head all week.
In my head, it's the start of our wedding video.
I could draw it. Yeah. I could animate the whole thing.
Yeah.
I totally... My first kiss, I remember, this was in college, and I was late bloomer for sure.
Nothing going on in Pakistan.
No.
Yeah.
No. Not for me.
Sure.
I'm sure people somewhere were doing stuff.
Yeah.
You know, it's just such a different environment.
Yeah.
Different priorities.
Blame the culture.
People trying to get laid. Yeah. I was focusing on math.
Yeah.
This really cute girl in college was like into me, and the first time we kissed, I was so bad that it completely immediately that was it.
That ruined it.
It was so bad because I was like, well, the goal must be to get as much of my tongue into her face as possible, right?
Yeah.
I think part of me was like, you know, when you're like, hungry for a long time.
Oh yeah.
It's that.
Yeah, yeah.
I was like.
I feel like
Tom Hanks
Kumail's
from
like a little
Castaway
too
back
on like
land,
the
like, what you got?
Yeah.
Excel's version
At the
for
buffet, just
for Stabby here.
Yeah.
That's a tough one. That's interesting.
Where
What
he's-
was the,
he's
like,
probably not
what
sightless
was
anymore,
the
but, you know, he's,
culture,
like, he's doing that, like, level of humor.
hookup-wise in Pakistan? Because like I remember going to Greece and being shocked at how much like kids were fucking.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, at least in my experience, from what I saw, it was not like I went from, first of all, my school so we had 13 grades. We had a year extra.
Oh wow. Okay.
Until the 11th grade of school I was
That
in.
extra year is just like telling you to hate how much you should hate India. They do an extra.
No, we start that.
Yeah, that's pre-K.
That's pre-K. What are you talking about?
I love countries that are still engaged in like medieval levels of like we must hate our border neighbor. Like it's like,
well, I mean, they're right there,
yeah,
dude.
yeah, it's tough. I mean, because we have a very
and they
funny,
look just like us.
I know that the secret agent thing must be easy. there's very little disguise.
No. There's no prep required. Yeah. Same language, same food, same pop culture. Just waltz in there. Nobody's gonna stop you.
A little religious difference, but that's pretty much it. But like I remember, because like we joke all the time because Elda's Albanian and I'm Greek, and it's like there are still like people who
don't you know what happened?
We're engaged in this like blood feud, and there's hilariously occasionally like a skirmish at the border where like two guards will be like fuck Albania, like fuck Greece, and they'll shoot at each other.
Yeah.
But it's not the whole country is constantly keyed up.
It's really changed more recently.
Oh, cool.
It's not cool.
Okay. Oh, word for
it's
the
gone
worst.
bad.
Oh no!
It's gone the other
maybe
way.
I'm wrong. That's great.
No. Well, since we were kids, obviously, first of all, we weren't. Our history books, like our history was like, these are the people to dislike. These people are like, I remember there was like a trick question and a thing about some like Islamic war that was like, how many people from the other side were martyred? And the answer is zero.
Because they're not.
They went to hell.
Martyrs did
They were
something
not.
good.
Yeah. I'll tell you how many died righteously. Their lives were snuffed.
That's so funny to be doing like trick questions.
It was a trick question.
About,
I
like,
remember.
ethnic cleansing.
And the guy was so proud. It was like one of those tests where for some reason the teacher was just gonna like walk through and ask each kid a question loud to everybody. And I remember how smug the teacher looked. I remember how smug the kid looked when they got it right. And everyone else was like, there were murmurs of like, pretty good question. Pretty good question. Like in a courtroom when a new evidence is introduced. You know, it was that vibe.
Of course.
It was very exciting. I feel like it's changed because for me growing up, I personally did not feel any hatred towards India or Indian people. I grew up watching Bollywood movies. Culturally, we're the same. Like, I truly understood that. And we all liked each other, you know? But now, when I'm mostly off social media, when I'm on, the hate I get is most from, like, the people you would think in America and then Indian people. That's the biggest demo.
I do think Indians have really upped their online hate. Like, they've gotten good at it, man. They're fucking awesome at it. Like, so being a Pakistani guy in the middle of like some culture wars, you're kind of like getting it from both sides.
Yeah, totally.
You know what I mean?
You know what's it's kind of like, to me, like I'm married to a white woman.
Yeah.
That's something both sides hate.
Everyone hates that.
Nobody likes that. It's like, how the fuck did that happen? I get why the right hates it, but the left also hates it. I'm a white supremacist because I fell in love with a white woman. It's fucking crazy. I mean, truly, genuinely.
Yeah. It is something. It's really funny too because it's like you can almost chart it with your career because it's like the movie. You literally like what was like a decade ago?
2017.
So almost not even 10 years ago. The like you get an Oscar nomination for a heartwarming story about what's nice about that, about like breaking down, like coming together culturally. It's like literally 8 years later, people are like, this is fucked up.
Yeah, this is white supremacy propaganda.
This is both white supremacy and disgusting race mixing at the same time. It's like, it's gotten fucking crazy.
I know. I remember, you do test screenings, right? And I was so involved. I read like every single response. And there were a few that were like, I just don't think this kind of thing is good. And I'm like, And you stayed for the whole movie.
Christ.
You thought at the end maybe.
I love Everybody Loves Raymond. What do you? I thought I was here for Romano.
That's right.
Great cast, for real.
Great cast.
Yeah,
Great
yeah.
cast.
You guys crushed it. But yeah, that is very fucking funny that people were like, yeah, because that was in the height of like. Things were, I mean, it was the tail, but it was like pretty woke around.
It came, yeah.
Like, so
I mean, 2016 is the election,
right?
And we make the movie in 2016, going into the election. Then 2017, we debuted at Sundance the day of the inauguration. It was the same exact
Oh my
day.
God, that's so fucking
Conditions
funny.
were real nice for us.
That's really well. I bet you there was kind of like a because that was like in the height of the liberal backswing of like we have to support everything that Donald Trump would hate. So I'm sure there were some like resistant libs that were like, we think this is good. You know what I mean? We love this. They're not even paying attention. They're like, yep, I'm a good person.
Oh yeah, no, I totally was like, oh, we're now important. So
yeah, which is
I'll take
tough,
it.
Which is tough to be important because you just wanted to make a personal.
You just wanted to make a funny movie. Yeah, a personal
funny movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Which it is fun, and I can't believe it was. I felt like it was longer. I think probably because I was just aware of you. Like what I was trying to say, because when I was working at that grad school where I guess I had gotten pussy by then, but it was close. My senior year of college, I remember because I was aware of both you and Emily. I also I listened to your video game podcast,
The Indoor Kids,
the Indoor Kids, which because I was just trying to find comedians. I remember listening to a different podcast that played a clip of your the cheese bit, the heroin and Tylenol PM bit, and I was like, this is good stuff, and it was just like you were a fascinating guy because it was like all the trappings of just like good alt comedy, like good joke writing, like whatever nerdy shit, and then it was also like you would talk about the bizarre story of how you and Emily, because like that is true. The Big Sick is like, it's insane that you guys were casually dating, and then she has like a life-threatening illness to the point where you have to like meet her family. Yeah, which that was crazy to me. And then it was interesting to me to like know about a guy who was, because you're an immigrant, like I'm an immigrant too, but you're like, you came here for fucking college. You were 18. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
it's like you're an immigrant-ass immigrant.
Yeah, I'm an immigrant-ass immigrant. Yeah. It's totally true.
But you went right into that like American Apparel hoodie alt comedy zone.
Yeah.
By being foreign as fuck. And I just appreciate, I was like, this is a weird, interesting guy.
Well, it just sort of happened like that. I didn't choose to be alt versus club. It's just the people I liked, the people I thought were really funny were just sort of in that world. And in Chicago, I started comedy in Chicago. We didn't really have like alt versus club scene. We just didn't really have a club scene because there was one club in the city and they didn't book us. They
Zanies, baby.
Zanies. Used to be a strip club. You can feel it.
Happens a lot. You go to a lot of comedy clubs, like, this used to be a strip club.
Yeah. A lot of poles.
Yeah.
A lot of bad seats because you're stuck behind a pole. They went from really good seats to really bad seats. That was the seat you wanted, and now, oh fuck, I can't see. I can't see Jimmy Pardo's face. I only say that because I saw Jimmy Pardo at Zanies have one of the best sets I've ever seen in my fucking life.
He's funny as shit.
When I first started doing comedy, I was I would get Zanies would let me do guest sets. So, and I would just go and just watch. Sometimes they let me in, and I remember seeing Jimmy Pardo their riff 45-minute set, and I was like, I don't think anybody's ever done better than that guy is doing right now. Him and Paul F. Tompkins I saw do like fully riffed sets that I was like, nobody's ever, like those have to be like the top 20 sets in the world of all time.
But there's also something, because I know that feeling of being a comedian who's in the guest spot zone that they'll let you. It's also the thing of like, you're so in love with the art form that you're like, there's something so magical about seeing that and being like, whoa, this is possible. And it's like, maybe I can do that someday. It's like the way you think, like, when you first date someone, you're like, this is the most perfect person I've ever met in my life. And then like now you probably would see these same sets and you're like, do some fucking material.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like,
totally.
Write a joke, Pardo. but like at the time, you're like, oh my God.
It is magic.
It is
I remember,
magic,
you see like some like road dog in his 50s who's hammered and hitting on all the waitresses, and you're like, someday.
Yeah,
this
dude.
is a perfect life.
That was my only aim in life was to make 75 grand touring B club. Like if I like B
if I could do
clubs-
one-nighters in the Midwest,
I'm not kidding.
I'd be
dude.
so happy.
That was like my vision board was like just doing that.
Yeah.
And
so in Chicago, all we had was the alt scene. And when I moved to and the reason I fell into the alt scene is I remember Zach Galifianakis, who was like, this is before Hangover.
You don't have to tell me.
He was, he's still the funniest guy. He came into town to do a show with Will Oldham, who's an incredible musician, Bonnie Prince Billy, he performs under. And he was like a big comedy fan. And this local, I think it was Drag City Records. They're not local. They're a big record label. Was doing a show, and I was like, I got to get on that show. So I opened for Zach that show. Yeah. And then Zach had me on tour with him. So I toured with Zach.
Oh, hell yeah. That's awesome.
This was right around the events of the Big Six. So I had to cancel some shows because I had to be like, hey, my girlfriend's currently in a coma. So just this weekend, find someone else, but I'm going to make it.
But I'll be
there next weekend.
Yeah.
I remember when I finally was able to hit the road with Zach again, he's like, I saw him and he's like, how's Emily? I'm like, she's good. And he's like, and what she had, is it contagious? And then when I moved to New York, the people that I remember there was a show called Invite Them Up at Rafifi that Eugene Merman and Bobby Tisdale used to run. That was the center of the comedy scene here in this tiny bar. You could go and see people I'd seen on TV one after the other. I saw Gaffigan there, you know, Aziz, all these people who were already well known. And Zach just happened to be there and introduced me to the booker. And I got booked on that show a month after moving to New York. So I was really, really lucky. And then that's how I just got into the alt scene. So I never really did clubs until...
But it makes sense, though.
Yeah.
I mean, your sensibilities that's what was interesting to me. It was kind of one of those, but I'm also pretty young, right? I'm talking, I was 18.
I know when Stavros was going to ask him about human growth hormone.
People are the same everywhere. This is just some fucking dork from Pakistan who's you're in your home, you're talking about and this was before being jacked. You really were a dork from Pakistan. You were
oh wait, is it actually going to happen?
Still are, but it is the funny thing because I'm watching the special. I'm like, I think this is the most jacked guy who's doing 3 straight minutes of puns. I don't think I've ever seen a guy with triceps like that that's doing cat pun wordplay for this long. Which you are blazing new ground.
It doesn't sound like a compliment, but
no, it was. Did the gate open by itself?
The special is fucking awesome. By the way, go watch. It's on Hulu.
Yeah, thank you.
I believe it's out. Yeah, we're not very professional here.
It's out December 19th,
or it's either about to be out or it's out right
somewhere
now.
Right here.
Yeah.
Folks, it's the holiday season, and I get real thirsty on the holidays. I don't know about you. I need a refreshing, delicious beverage, perhaps one brewed with real iced tea, with multiple delicious flavors, the kind that kicks up any event. That's right. You already mother freaking know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about a mother freaking Twisted Tea. Crack open a Twisted Tea. Get right. Your annoying aunt is yapping. You know what'll take care of that? Some smooth Twisted Tea brewed with real iced tea, 5% alcohol by volume, no pesky carbonation to get in the way. You can guzzle that sucker down. A delicious Twisted Tea will pair just right. So this holidays, here's what I want you to do, folks. Keep it twisted. Grab a refreshing Twisted Tea today and keep it twisted.
But yeah, I did love it did strike me because it was I didn't realize you just didn't do stand-up for 10 years. You talked about that in the special.
Yeah, right around the Big
Which
Six.
is crazy. I just assumed
Is that how it
you weren't
ends?
hitting it like you used to, but it's crazy to me to think about not doing it for a decade.
Yeah, well, I just
But
felt
it makes sense. I mean, you're
creatively
fucking-
satisfied doing
Yeah.
other stuff. And, when we would shoot Silicon Valley, TJ that night would be like, oh, what's the say doing tonight? I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm going to go to bed. I just didn't have that kind of energy. And I didn't feel the need to do it. I was feeling creatively satisfied doing what I was getting to do. And it was like a whole new world, like acting and stuff. It was so different from stand-up. And,
playing card was
going back
very
to it, I went
lucky.
back in the actor-writer strike because I was like, I got to do something. That's why I started up again.
Fuck you, pussies. You guys are broke. I'm going to go fucking do a couple one-nighters.
Yeah. Make hundreds of dollars.
Abundant equipment from the expedition.
You're talking to a guy I just told you who just did the Greensboro Comedy Zone, so I know all about it, baby.
Is that a good comedy town, Greensboro?
Oh yeah, the Mecca. They call it the Mecca of Western North Carolina.
You know what's cool though is
it literally is maybe the bottom 4 city in Eastern North Carolina.
The pig?
It is fun though. Like when I go to like these small towns and I'll just pop into people are stand up is popular.
No,
and the local comics are funny. People
They are.
doing,
Yeah, no, that's actually the reason I did. I was like, I felt like I was getting too far away from the essence of stand up because like these theater, like I love doing theaters, but it's like it's that grimy shit. It's being in a place that clearly was a strip club.
Yes.
You're next to the parking lot is like a business that's like you just do vinyl flooring. You have a huge warehouse in North Carolina, and all you sell is vinyl flooring. It's like no way that like how is that?
Yeah,
it's all that, and you're sharing that. This is where I'm coming to do entertain people. Is across the street from a Marshalls or whatever.
Yeah. Of course, like a strip mall or like inside a mall, a comedy club inside a mall.
Those are brutal, but I've gotten real affection for the Levity Lives of the world.
Yeah.
Where you're like, you know what? Let me go hit the Ferris wheel that's also in this mall. anytime a mall is like an ice rink, they have a comedy club in there too.
Yeah.
Let's go check out Yard House. let's go have a nice Yard House meal.
Yeah, it's like with the high tops, like everything's high tops, like long high tops where you're sitting next to people you don't know.
100%.
That vibe.
Absolutely.
Everything was a little too shiny. But because for me, it was always, even though I was doing the alt rooms, I was like, I want to do good in every kind of room. Because I would see comedians in alt rooms that I was like, you're very funny. You're only doing well in this room, though. You wouldn't. So for me, it was always like, that's why for me, it was always about like writing, like how short can I get my setups? How many punchlines can I get in a row? How many tags can I get? It was always for me like the structure of a joke and the having like laugh density in there, like the math of that was always very, very important to me. Yeah.
I also loved in the special, you made it very clear that for like, you were like, I'm not an actor doing this.
Yeah.
I've been, because it's true. You usually have to like rape your way out of show business and then you start doing comedy. That happens all the time.
Looks like it's lit up right.
This guy's doing comedy? Why? And then you're like, let me do a quick Google. X allegations.
You know what I'm talking about? Like right at the bottom. Can I pull the thing out?
Dive and found some shit.
It's always like, I didn't know this guy did stand up. And then you're like,
yeah. Why is this guy actually kind of good at stand up?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Right.
And so it's like, it is very funny because you do have to make it clear because there's no dignified way from going to like movie star to stand up. You have to have already been grandfathered in as a stand up.
Right.
Because if it's like if you see fucking Austin Butler doing stand up, something bad, something catastrophic happened to him.
Back when all those stories were happening, which obviously great that all that happened.
Yeah.
There were some websites that I only know, like, oh, you had that one story, and then you went under, like, but it sustained you for a year.
Yes,
You're like,
the
did
economy,
you read this? Yeah.
the economy of a Me Too think piece. That was really happening. That was happening a lot. That drove traffic. But it's true. It was like guys who have no business doing stand up are just all of a sudden like, at these. But it's also funny because you're like, he's not really moving that many tickets. It's like, wow, he was on a huge show.
Well, that's the tricky thing. It's you kind of like the audiences are a little different. Like stand-up audiences are kind of different from movie audiences.
For sure.
And so so when I was like touring again, I was like, okay, how do I reintroduce myself as a stand-up? How do I tell people like, oh, hey, I actually know how to do this and get those people to buy tickets.
That's super interesting. But it was true because I remember it was a surreal. I mean, I'm sure it was much more surreal for you, but it's like I really felt like I was on the ground floor of like finding you as a comic, and then you blowing up was like, holy fuck, this is awesome. Like it was one of my first like, damn, that's one of my guys who's like now fucking big. Like the Big Sick was cool because it was like, all right, well, that was his personal story. And then you just kept doing it. And Silicon Valley was awesome.
Yeah.
And it was like, I am fascinated by that where it's like, did it feel fucking insane to just, because 10 years no stand-up, was it like nonstop? Did you just feel like in the middle of like a little tornado? Because I'm on a much smaller scale of that shit. And I'm like, this is I feel insane every day. Where like every day is like something bizarre and new.
Yeah.
And I can't imagine like because you got to the fucking, you know, shit just kept going crazy.
Yeah, you got
I
in,
was
like the
very
Eternals
aware
and
at
shit.
the time. I was like, oh, a thing is happening right now. I have access to opportunities that I've not had access to, and I may not have access to these
Yeah,
opportunities for a long time. Especially happens with comedy people where they get like a 2 years. I could name them.
Totally.
There's a little window and then it goes away, and you don't really get to control.
Seth
very
Rogen got on the
much
writer
how long
side,
that
but
window
he
stays
had that
open, 'cause
moment
you
where
get
he was like
opportunities to make the
100%
best
in
decisions
everything you
given
saw.
the things, you know, like
He could have gone in any
someone like
direction. He could have been like
Yorgos, that's
an actor or
amazing.
whatever.
It's
If he had
out
that
of your
talent.
control, though.
Like the Jonah Hill
where I
style.
was like, I told
Jonah
everybody,
Hill
I was
kinda
like,
did the
I'm
same thing.
done. I'm gonna fucking kill myself if I keep working. I need a year off.
Yeah.
And I made a list of people that was hilarious. It was like, you know, he was on it. I'm like, I guess if
Paul
Martin
Thomas Anderson.
Scorsese or Paul Thomas
exactly.
Anderson, I was like, I guess that. And Yorgos was one of those people. And then they called me. I was like, shut. I literally,
It's lucky that you got, not lucky, you deserve it. It's all great. But I could also imagine getting a call from someone who's not on the list and you're like, they could have been on the list.
Yeah.
You know what? I totally forgot to put that guy on the list. I should probably go do this.
Yeah. I'm like, fucking the guy who did Rush Hour 2 calling? Fucking, what the fuck is his name?
That was a banger. Rush Hour 2 was a banger.
Who was it? Brett Ratner. I'm like, Brett Ratner? I gotta take Ratner's call. Speaking of fucking rip your way out of show business. But I was like, I gotta take his call. He's on the come up. He's gonna be a part of the comeback. Oh, Weinstein's producing something from jail? I think I can play a fat idiot in that. Oh yeah, I'll be a fat guy that Mel Gibson kills in one of his Republican revenge movies, which are awesome. Shout out to fucking
Republican revenge movies.
Dragged Across Concrete. Vince Vaughn's got bangers, dude.
The
Brawl in Cell Block 99.
The anger that animates them, I think, is
They're
what
so good, dude. Those
really,
movies are fucking awesome. I love. It's like, yes, this is actually a great like vehicle for this anger.
And there's like a whole. Like, there's like a history to that, like Death Wish and all those, you know, where they're just like killing gang members for very extrajudicial ways.
I love it too because they go through pains to be like, he's not racist though.
No.
Like they have, like he's a skinhead who has like black friends.
He's nice to the coffee guy who's black. It's like the Save the Cat, but it's Tip the Black. They do a little Tip the Black in the beginning, and then you can just go kill a bunch of black people, and it's fine.
Yeah. That's why it was anyway, great stuff. But yeah, I don't know, do you
So I was very aware, you know, it was it felt, I understood that it was crazy, but part of you, and I'm sure you've had this where you have to convince yourself it's not crazy so you could be like, I should be here. I deserve to be here. That stuff. Not in an arrogant way, but just in a way so you don't fucking freak out and have panic attacks every moment.
Oh yeah, dude. Well, my first, like, I have to do a scene with Jesse Plemons.
He's
How
so
fucking
good.
insane that is. I talked about it before, but I was like, there was takes where it took
what?
me like 7 seconds to start my line.
I just keep doing that over and over again.
When I saw that movie, what's the movie about like the Civil War with him and Kirsten Dunst?
Civil War.
Civil War. It's not called Civil War.
Called Civil War.
That movie's called Civil War.
What's the
Not the one with Captain America.
No.
Are we sure it's called
It's
Civil
called
War?
Civil War.
I just watched it a couple months ago.
It's called Civil War.
What's that name of that big bird that's yellow on Sesame Street?
The movie about the ship, the Titanic. It's like sailing the Titanic.
Yeah, what's the movie that got Forrest Gump in it? Civil War.
Yeah. He's out of control.
I've run into him here and there. He's such a nice guy.
Man.
Kirsten Dunst is so nice. I'm not friends with them, but I run into them. But in that, he's like that. Got that scene where he's so scary. And at some party, I want to go up to him and be like, because he's so calm and normal, and he's fucking terrifying. I want to be like. How did you do that? What was that? Because you're not screaming, you're not doing anything.
No.
It's fucking terrifying.
It's a quiet menace.
That was
because you know it's just like he's projecting how sure of himself he is in a way that's like truly terrifying. And that's a hard thing to do.
It's hard.
To the subtext of a guy being like, everything I say, you have to take seriously.
Right.
There is no bluffing.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm way scarier.
Yeah,
than
it's
I'm
like
leading
Christoph
on.
Waltz in the beginning of
Yeah,
Inglourious
yeah.
Bastards, where
Yeah.
we didn't know he was working, and suddenly like he's speaking very
tries to fix
politely.
Yeah, but
I've
I'm
never been
so
more scared.
Yeah,
what's
I'm
going
so-
on?
And
How'd
that was
you do
awesome too,
that?
because it's like we had no idea who that guy was.
Yeah.
Some fucking German guy. It's like, what? What the fuck is this? I was like, I thought Brad Pitt is gonna like. Where's Brad Pitt? Why are these two foreigners starting this movie? Why is this one act
Did you
play
trick me
starting
quick?
this movie?
Yeah.
And then very quickly the gun started. Thank
Yeah.
God.
Have you seen there's a weird backlash now to Inglourious Bastards?
No.
And, like they call it like Jew propaganda and
No.
all
Are
this
you
stuff.
serious?
It's crazy.
I haven't heard that.
I was just looking about
That's
it today. There's a
crazy.
big thing where they're like, oh, it's like I saw it, they called it Talmudic propaganda.
Oh
or something
my
like,
God.
wow.
It's like, come
you looked
on,
up a
man.
new word for this.
Yeah.
That is good racism.
It's also like, fellas, if I could, I'm not trying to counsel racists, but it's like, let Nazis go. You know, you're not
gonna win that
winning.
one.
That's your low. That's your worst point.
Yeah.
That is like you couldn't even like if. Although to their credit, they're like, if we get Nazis approved, we can run. I think that's probably what's going on.
I think that
if
what
we
there
can get a
is
little,
there's like they've bifurcated. Like they're like, all right, 5% of us are gonna work on this project.
Yeah,
you
yeah,
guys
yeah.
are shooting the moon.
Yeah.
You guys are doing the Hail Marys.
It's not gonna work.
It's not gonna work. But what if
give
it
it a
does?
shot? Yeah. It's
Yeah.
buying the racist Powerball.
It is. I would say it's totally true. That's exactly right. 5% of you are gunning for it. You
Yeah,
know, like
yeah,
if
yeah.
you, it's not
Yeah.
gonna work. But
Yeah,
if it
but
does,
if it does.
the other 95% got it easy.
All this
you know?
vintage SS stuff in our closets, we can start wearing it.
Yeah.
You know, it's good. Yeah, it is. It's fucking. I mean, that there's
They're
been
also what they do is then everybody else gets to be like, well, we're not that guy.
Of course.
Yeah.
No, that's a big problem. And it's like the second, it's crazy that we have to say this, but it's like, I am against any media that speaks highly of Nazis.
Right.
Let's
I
state
want to be
that.
clear on that.
But it's fucked up that is something where you're
They
like,
really are doing that. They're
or
like, we're
somebody-
not. However, should they be getting married? These two types of people.
the openly saying. Like they're like what we were joking about earlier about race mix. They're literally saying shit.
The
like
word
that.
race mixing has never been used in a good context.
No, and it's they literally unfroze it from fucking 1964.
Yeah.
It's
So
like
they Encino Man that back.
Yeah.
They really did.
There's a lot of Encino Man
There's a
racism
lot going on.
back.
Look at this.
Yeah.
You thought this was for like video games and horror movies.
Yeah. No. Yeah, that's I haven't seen that particular one, but it doesn't surprise me.
Well, you know, Emily was like big in the punk scene in North Carolina in like the 90s, and the punk scene has a big like white supremacist contingent. Do you know about this?
I thought of punks more as like they actually would fuck Nazis up, but I guess it was like
well, those were
intra-punk
most of them, but there
rivalries.
was like, and so she says she has stories of like, you know, house parties where Nazis show up and then they fucking kick them out.
Yeah.
Have you seen the movie Green Room?
Yes.
That
Great.
stuff is real,
Yeah,
like
totally,
the
totally.
color-coded laces. That's what I love about racists too. Is
Yeah,
they're like,
yeah,
we
yeah.
gotta be color coordinated.
Yeah. I know. It is funny how like prim and proper some racists are.
Yeah.
Where they're just like
Well,
kinda
you know, there was
posh.
that thing that was
They're trying to
happening. We were
pretend
talking
they're
about like
aristocrats.
2016 or whatever, where they had the Nazi haircut back, and they were like, I don't even remember their names. Where like New York Times did profiles on them, where they were
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
this Nazi's actually really well dressed.
Right.
Well, they were always very well dressed.
Yeah.
Their
Never the
uniforms are
problem.
great.
Styling was never the.
I mean,
Hugo
Ray
Boss.
Fiennes looks good in that
He
movie.
looks awesome. No, the iconography is really.
It's a sharp silhouette.
It is good, absolutely, and we could keep the silhouettes and leave the ideology. We could do that. I mean, all the insignias look cool. It's
Like that eagle thing, whatever.
really
I
good.
mean,
Yeah,
don't leave this in, but swastika's a good-looking symbol. That is good graphic design. A swastika
It is good graphic design.
It's not like the
I mean,
Nazis
they did,
came up with
ironically,
it.
didn't they take it from what is it?
Yeah, Hinduism, I
Yeah,
think,
yeah,
where it's
yeah.
like flipped, and I
flipped.
think it's turned a little bit.
That's
yeah.
my favorite thing that some
They're-
guys
they're
will be
like, "Actually, it
"It's
actually
a-
means peace."
It's a symbol of peace. It's a symbol of peace when the scariest guy you've ever seen has it in the middle of his forehead.
Right.
He's trying to be peaceful, you fucking idiots. Yeah, it is fucking hilarious.
good graphic design.
But, you know, hopefully that
Taking 'em back
stops.
for now.
I'd love for this kind of weird white supremacist thing going on to end. That would be fucking awesome. But I'm not betting on it. No, I'm not. We'll see. Look, again, go back. Just make revenge movies.
Yeah, that's a good lane for you guys.
It's a great. Death Wish is really like. Yeah, I mean, some of my favorite movies. You look at Cobra. I go back to. It's a complete fascist fantasy. It's incredible. The Stallone movie Cobra.
I had a poster of Cobra in my room.
Cobra fucking.
I feel like that movie's a little forgotten. Isn't his name in it like John Cobretti or something like that?
Cobretti. And his nickname is Cobra.
You know what I love also?
I might try
where
also
they made a big deal out of the name of the characters. Where like there were all these comedies in the 80s and 90s where the trailer was like Stan Lipsitz has a problem.
Yeah.
So you know what? I might try out
no, it'll be like Stan Lipsitz has the perfect life. A great life. You know, where they really like the full first name, last name being a big part of the campaign. Yeah, I missed that.
Commando John Matrix.
John Matrix.
They have some great names. Casey Ryback is Under Siege is Seagal.
Is that right?
Yeah, dude. Casey Under Siege. Absolute banger.
Of course.
All of the other thing I liked about Seagal was like his first 3 movies were all like Steven Seagal is marked for death.
Like going
Steven Seagal is I think Above the Law. Steven Seagal, and there was one I'm forgetting.
Under Siege.
Under Siege. And then what was the one we watched, Elders?
Steven Seagal is eating a lot.
I think it was marked. Yeah. I think
he
was
a
marked
chef
for death.
in what was the one he was that Under Siege?
That was Under Siege.
He's a chef.
He's a chef. Yeah,
I buy that.
And that's why he had to go there because he was too sick. He was too fucking awesome. He was too dangerous. But the Navy let him stay as a chef. And that's why they were like, well, it's just a chef. Who cares? But little did they know that was no ordinary chef.
That guy's had a solid pivot, I would say, in real life.
Absolutely.
He's really gone.
He is interesting. He is kind of like a medieval figure where it's like he's going from like strong monarch to he's going in the court. He's in literally the court of Vladimir Putin.
Yeah.
He went from being like a world famous entertainer in America to like that's like an old fashioned thing where it was like a famous entertainer would go to different kings and be like, will you give me a little palace?
Oh, is that right?
I feel like that's like a classic.
Oh,
he's literally in the court.
You had your
the monarch.
benefactors.
Yeah. And he does propaganda for him. Talks about how fucking cool he is.
Yeah.
I respect him for that. He knows what he's doing. And I'm still we watch a lot of Seagal around here. Do you think you'll ever get because you've kept you've stayed jacked. Do you think you'll go action movie like I know you've done I mean, you've played the not jacked guy, Stuber.
Yeah, I've played the not jacked guy who's thrust into jacked.
But now it's like, have you thought about going back?
I would like to. I'm actually trying to lose weight and muscle some because, the hard thing is I am jacked.
The ramparts have
the vibe of a jacked guy. The meanest comment I've ever gotten, because it's true, someone was like, well, his voice didn't get abs. I was like, yeah, that is true. I don't have the vibe. I have the vibe of a dork from Pakistan.
But it is cool, and I do. And that's another. Not to spoil the special, but one of my favorite lines was just like.
That's kind of what I was saying before about like his when he was trying to match the humor.
I was like,
Stavros is like he's like Stavros looks like he doesn't fuck, but like he clearly fucks a lot, and his like.
If to get jacked and people getting pissed off is so fucking
like where he just describes sexual situations.
It's so crazy.
And he's been in them before.
Yeah.
But you're trying not to be jacked.
Well, there is.
And so Kumail, like in the initial parts, was like trying to like match the humor, but it was like or like the version way. And Stavros was like he was playing along with it. He's like he's like going like he was encouraging him, but
I think
he was clearly like oh man, this is like way too like
fucking jacked, dude. But here
RRR is one of the greatest movies of all time.
If you like that, I could give you a list of like awesome.
I would love to crush
Bollywood.
Some of those.
Yeah. Because I grew up watching them. I still watch them.
Yeah. I'm fascinated by that guy who's like the most famous guy on earth. Who's like
Shah Rukh Khan.
Yeah. And you can see it. The aura is unbelievable. Like I don't know anything about him. You just see a still image of him. You're like,
who's that? That head of hair is like. That's
those
like a
piercing
crown.
Eyes. Yeah.
And I've been a big fan of it. What's cool about him is that he started off doing like character-y movies. So he did a rom-com, and then he did this thing that nobody was doing. This is back like 80s, 90s, that nobody was doing, where the actors were like good guys and the actors were bad. There were actors who were good guys, actors who were bad guys.
Oh,
and he
okay.
did 2 back-to-back movies as a leading romantic lead who suddenly did like 2 psychopaths.
Sick.
And that put him in a whole other
Right.
category. And nobody was doing that.
Yeah,
You know, like
yeah,
Tom
yeah.
Cruise, other than
Oh, did you
Magnolia,
hear?
never played a bad guy.
Oh, Collateral.
That's a good movie.
Yeah, one of the best.
Collateral is one of the best movies.
And you see you're like, yes, you're like, holy fuck, Tom Cruise is the man.
That's
that was
a
the
good
beginning
movie.
for me of like, I always liked Tom Cruise, but I saw that, I was like, he's the fucking man.
Yeah.
And I wish
that hair, great hair.
such great hair. And I'm very hopeful. Like he's in that Inarritu movie. I'm really hopeful that after Mission Impossible, he does some interesting.
He does some pivot.
I think he will. I think he loves movies too much not to.
Intensity and presence. By the way, The Big Sick has a lot of driving scenes of her in the back, me in the front.
Yeah.
Those are in there because of Collateral. Because I love those scenes with
Those
Jamie Foxx and Jada
No
Pinkett.
way, I don't believe
I
you.
was like, this looks so fucking cool.
Yeah,
Totally stole it from that. Where I was like, we're gonna. Yes, that thing.
You should have had a postcard of you like doing
Yeah.
at Madison Square Garden.
Someday I'll go here with big like rubber bands around it. Big cab driver rubber bands. Where are they getting those rubber bands? Those are sturdy.
Yeah.
No, totally 100% from the. And I said it to like I was like, I know car scenes are a fucking pain in the ass to shoot, but this. Thing where you can look at her through the rearview mirror and they look through, you just see the eyes back and forth. It's so exciting.
It gives you an opportunity to act as the because like you're not face to face with them, and so there are like you get private moments in the middle of a conversation.
You just look up, they look at you. It's very exciting, and it is 100% from Collateral.
Interesting. Yeah. That Tom Cruise is interesting because it's like he did do Mission, and I love the Mission Impossible movies, but it's like it's like you kind of give so much of your that was like over a day. Like the first one came out
in the 90s, right?
Yeah, De Palma. It was like De Palma, and now it's like 90s. It's like 20 years, which is there a part like is there a part of you that's like, man, because you were clearly going for. It was going to be like, oh, this will be my if like the Marvel shit takes off because I saw you talking about it where you're like, this is my life for a decade.
Yeah.
Is there a part of you that's like, that seemed like a lot. Like, are you kind of happy you're not in the like?
No. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh yeah, by now I've been like 4 Marvel movies. What a bummer. Oh my god. This guy's movies have made $2 billion at the box office.
With
my luck, that would be the backlash to that too. Like this guy's movies are making too much money. Fuck that guy. No, because if you do one of those a year, the rest of the year you can do whatever you want, and suddenly I can make like $10 million movies that with my name get made. Just So you could like look at Sebastian Stan, right? Like he still does great Marvel movies, and then there's really interesting stuff on the side. There is no downside to being successful, Stavros.
I'm trying to convince. I'm really trying to stop getting more like. I'm just like I was really hoping you'd be like, yes, it's a prison.
Oh my god. Yeah.
I'm so much happier now.
No, that would have been great. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh my god.
That's a good point. The Sebastian Stan comp is a good point.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Sometimes I do think like some real talents have given a lot of their lives to like
100%. And I think there are people in those movies who just don't like those kinds of movies.
True, that's a good point.
And so that's probably
you're a comic book guy.
I love those movies. I love comic book movies. I love like those big action things. I was watching the new Jurassic Park on the plane on the way over, and I was fucking loving it. I couldn't finish it because the plane was landing.
Yeah.
I really needed to take a nap.
Yeah,
but,
No, it sounds like you're really committed to these kinds of movies.
I made it.
I was watching it on my phone.
No. But I feel like I do watch. Emily watches things on her phone. I never do. I don't watch things on my laptop. It's always that. The only exception is airplanes. I'll watch. But I do think you're really locked in on an airplane.
I agree. I think that's a good viewing experience.
It is,
especially if you're doing something like a
I've
comedy's great 'cause it's
been
about
on
the
planes for
writing,
most
it's about the
of my life.
One of my friends.
My dad was like in.
I was telling the story about how I
don't
was,
worry about it, but like
in London, and I had like a week. I had a couple of days off, and they
like
happened to
very
be playing.
How I manage them, or just
Space
like
Odyssey,
I only
like,
reboot
on film.
That's all I
like,
do.
70 millimeter. I was like,
no,
holy
there's
fuck.
no screen.
And I'd seen it, but it was like seeing it like that. I was like, dude, have you ever seen? Like, you should go see it. He was like,
He's like, I tried watching it on a plane once.
No,
and I can't think of a worse movie.
No, you can't do
to
that.
see on a fucking plane.
No,
It's
no,
all
no.
about the spectacle.
Yeah.
And it's just like you're fucking immersed in it. I like movies like that. I feel like are a problem on a plane, but a nice low budget action movie, a nice comedy.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Those are fun on it.
Oh,
honestly, yeah. Some superhero, like a superhero movie
what?
you're not that into. It's like that's
Yeah,
always fun because they're
perfect
because
time.
they're very entertaining.
I cannot wait to finish Jurassic Park on
Yeah.
the plane back. You know, what's your okay? You love movies.
I do. Yeah, yeah.
They're my favorite thing in the world. One of my favorite movie going experiences, you just reminded me, was not that long ago at the ArcLight, the Dome, which is now closed, which is like one of the best theaters in the country.
Yeah.
Wait, what
I
did the
went and I
pigeon do
watched
then?
Close Encounters of the Third Kind.
Hell yeah.
And I was vibrating afterwards.
Yeah.
I was like,
Art
this is
thing?
gonna
But
ruin
how do
the
I
next
climb across
5
there?
like things I write. Because then you're like,
Wait,
oh,
do
it
I
should
put
all
the
be
heart
like
in the
that. And
cake?
it can't all be like that.
Yeah, and there really is something to
The liver? It looks like a weird
experience
liver.
of- I do think, unfortunately, movies are going to get a little more niche. Like the cinema, going to an actual theater, unfortunately, is just not. It's going to be like being a cinephile now feels like when I was growing up being into like records. You know what I mean? For like young kids, it's like almost like a retro thing.
Yeah.
But I will say, I hope that at least one silver lining is that people go in on seeing classics. Like that starts coming back more because
it is coming back more because people are going to see them. I saw
If you
Batman
can
Returns in
hear
the
me
theaters
from a
like a couple months ago
to
here in
see
New York. That movie is so fucking
incredible.
weird.
Yeah.
That is like Penguin is the lead of that movie. It's his story. All
Totally.
the actors.
Batman is not. Batman is
barely in it.
Barely. Like they put him in at the very beginning because it's like, all right, but then he's not.
He's not really in it.
He's not
It's all
there.
Catwoman.
She's awesome. She's so
awesome.
hot. She's so incredible.
I love the scene where Danny DeVito's like just giving like a speech to an amphitheater of penguins.
Yeah, he's
and
addressing
they're
his
all listening
penguins.
to him. He does make some good points.
They
Yeah.
like talking back.
I
He eats
also
the
love
fish. Dude,
the
he
fish
eats a
scene.
real fish in front of some lady.
Dude,
It was crazy.
it's when Max Schreck, who is Christopher Walken, brings him out because he's like, this guy's got to run for mayor and win, and they bring him down, and he doesn't know he's gonna be at like this big party. It's like his coming out, like this is the new candidate, and he's literally eating a raw fish with black goo dripping from his
Yeah.
mouth, and everyone looks at him. And he's like, yeah, we should vote for that guy.
Yeah.
What a great movie.
A pretty subtle metaphor.
You know what?
For politicians.
You know what's interesting that I hadn't thought of? Obviously, movie, you know, we're in like a tough time right now. But someone said to me, they were like, there's always, it's back and forth in terms of like commercial stuff that's not good and then like artsy stuff that is. So like all the movies in the 70s, like, you know, we were, you know, Taxi Driver, that whole like
the
movement.
new Hollywood stuff.
Yeah, was a reaction to musicals were the biggest thing for a long time.
Right.
And so that was a reaction to that.
Right.
And then the 80s and the 90s with all the action movies we're talking about were kind of a adjustment from those
How
like
everything was
very
grounded
yes,
and
but then like became
real.
over the top. And then in the late 90s, 2000s, there were all those indie movies that got big, which was a reaction to that. So like, you know, Swingers and Little Miss Sunshine, all those movies.
Yeah.
So right now we're in like the superhero big spectacle phase, and hopefully, and I love those movies. There'll be a reaction to that where we get more like the you know, the stuff that Yorgos makes, and that kind of stuff. Some sort of reaction to that will happen, and hopefully those movies will do well and be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, my worry is that it's just such a just as an industry, it's shrinking. Unfortunately, I do think my theory and my hope, because this is kind of where
I feel
I'm
like
at,
there's
is
a lot of great,
I
like,
think
especially
hopefully
foreign movies.
somebody just
I
starts
feel like
letting
we're
people make
overblowing this
$5
problem
million
too much as
movies,
Americans,
$3
especially because
million
when we do this, we
Somebody
do this
just starts
availability bias thing
making
where we
10
tend to
of
only
those,
focus on
instead of
that are being
making
produced by
one-
like Western
I could not
studios,
agree
and
more.
like when you really look at like
Make
the
fucking
streaming
$10
landscape,
million
and how like the
movies.
kind of
I could not
economy and
agree
everything
more.
is
One of them's
building
gonna
around
be
it,
it,
like
and so
there's like
that's my hope,
especially
and I also
like
feel like a
the South
lot of-
Korean kind of
I feel
film
like I see a lot
renaissance
of
and stuff
people
like that. There's
kind of
so
are
much great
contemporaries of
art being
mine
produced right now.
that
And we really
a lot of
overlook
internet
it because we're
people
too
are-
focused on this kind
do
of
wanna
things about
move
like
on
what's
to
going on with
movies more than they wanna
Hollywood.
do TV
And we
in an
act like there's like
interesting way. I think a
nothing.
lot of
Like
people give
there's
some
these
kind of
people
more-
that are so
from my
fatalistic about
perspective,
it. You know, like
I don't
like
want a
really
job.
kind of obnoxious.
TV is
like,
a
just like
job.
oh yeah, like
Movie is like
movies
a
are
cool project you
terrible
work on
now,
for-
and that's
You do
just
like 3 months and then
really
you're
not
done.
true.
Yeah.
Like
and even
I'm
if you're
saying,
writing,
you just have
let's
to
say it's
be
a year of your life,
willing
a year
to
and a half, it's like
expand your
you're
view outside of
laser
America.
focused. I feel like a lot of people have come of age looking at shit like that. So I hope that the big swing is like,
you know, Sorry Baby's a great example.
You have to be willing to read subtitles. That's the other thing. That's the other. That's basically
and
another
it's
big
that's
deal.
someone who I knew from like
internet
videos.
Yeah.
She had great, or they. I'm not exactly sure. I don't want to be fucking.
There are
offensive,
also
I think
and they
but,
were
like,
just talking about
Ava Victor, like just
Poor Things is a good
that were
movie.
fun, but you
I think
and you
it's
can see there was something
well put together movie.
The creative output, but that to make that your first feature, it was like I was like, holy fuck, this motherfucker
taking
is
swings.
good.
I mean, the other
and I hope there's a lot of, I don't know, that's my guess of like, because, you know, I hope that happens. I want to make like a movie I made a little movie, but it's like I'd love to make like something with a little more money.
Yeah.
But that's pretty small and like, you know,
Yeah,
what
that's what I'm trying to do. I have a movie that I'm gonna direct. Looking like I'll get to do it next year.
awesome.
Make it as cheap as possible.
Fuck
you
yeah,
know.
dude.
I think the advantage of movies to TV is with movie, you know what you want to say, story you want to tell. You're like, this is the beginning, middle, and end. I want to watch these characters go on this journey. It ends right here. With TV, it's a lot of like, all right, well, it's season 2. What do we do now?
Yeah.
You gotta like keep coming up with stuff.
Well, it's particularly the way America does TV, where it's like Greek TV, like watching that growing up, we got satellite pretty young. And then even you see it like London, you know, British stuff. It's like, those are, a lot of them have ends in sight. It's like, I would
do 6 episodes a season.
And now
Oh,
America,
yeah,
not
for
only
sure.
that, but it's like
That's something I noticed too.
We've started pretending we're doing limited series, and then you just be like, why the fuck is there so many seasons of White Lotus? Part of the thing was it was a limited series. Task I love, but it would like I would kind of be pissed if they came back.
My mom was telling me to watch season 3 of White Lotus, and like I liked the first season of White Lotus. I didn't enjoy it
because a lot of TV in America.
And I remember reading the interview about the guy that like wrote it too, talking about like how like he finally learned like, oh wow, if you want people to like just pay attention to what you're writing, just like have like you know the big reveal at the end, and then make them follow it to watch. You know, like just like basically describing how he was like establishing the show.
It's a fucking home run. What are you talking about? It's so weird.
Like yeah, their most recent season, like I liked parts that I liked about the other 2 seasons were like the real kind of character relationships, like familiar relationships, you know, character dynamics and stuff. Like even if there was kind of tacky, not wrong word, contrived aspects of the writing, and like the like trying to like solve the mystery. The movie was just terrible. Like outside of like the family had died. Outside of their writing, like the whole thing with Walton Goggins' character, soap opera.
Weird, like so.
It was unbelievable. It was kind of, it was just so preposterous.
What's happening in like season 4 and 5, and it all feels so like made up anyway.
like,
where you're like,
okay,
I have a new TV show. It's gonna be this. It's so stupid. And then to be like, and then 7 years from now, this is what's gonna be happening on it. It's all
which blow my brains out. I have to know what I'm doing in 8 years. That seems.
I mean, you just
horrible.
have to prove that you could. And then you
just have to lie until they give you money.
Like we were talking about before we started. Nobody knows what they're doing.
No one knows what they're doing.
No one knows. Yeah.
No. Least of all our callers. Great segue. Elvis, why don't we do some more? We have a man with a wealth of life experiences, and I think it's time that we, you know, see what he has to say
survival.
to our bedraggled, our lost callers.
What's up, Stav, eldest guest? So my issue is back in high school, one of my best friends, he's part of our whole friend group. I slept with his little sister.
How little?
He's like, she was in middle school.
No way.
I mean, it's high school, so any little is getting close.
Little's tough in high school.
Getting stuff. Yeah,
I hope he graduated. You know what I mean? But let's let him finish.
And from that point on, we haven't talked at all. That has been about 8 years.
Holy shit.
Now, and he still will not talk to me. The friend group is basically split, where they'll either hang out with him or they'll hang out with me, but we haven't all hung out together ever since this happened. And back in high school when it happened and he found out, I apologized.
I like the passive use of it happened.
Yeah.
You did it.
like how a police bullet struck a child.
Yeah. Exactly. It's exactly that. Yeah, this person died in an altercation.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they had a heart attack.
Maybe it wasn't the best apology. So it didn't do anything.
Oh man.
Probably lose the word maybe in that sentence.
That's awesome. Sorry I fucked your sister, dude. Not making eye contact.
It didn't do anything. And even over the years, I've seen him a couple times. And one time he was drunk. We were at a party and he saw me and he tried to start a fight with me,
Awesome.
but nothing really happened.
Awesome. It's on site because you fucked my sister.
But anyway, I'm kind of wondering if there's anything I can do to mend the relationship, at least enough so that our whole friend group can hang out again.
I can do that.
Friend group. You know what?
Any advice that you guys have would be helpful.
You're like out of high school long enough that phrases like friend group should not be.
I'm gonna do that. What? No, fuck. hope this pays off somehow, and I'm not just going crazy. Oh god, no, I am. I'm going crazy. I'm gonna die, that's fine. Tell me. Stupid. Ah! Okay, fuck, I have no... I need the repair tool. Damn, how do I get my health back? Oh. Just made bubbles. Fuck, what the fuck? Wait, is it over? Is that game over? Oh wait, no. Wait, so what am I supposed to do? Because I couldn't get close. Trying to survive right now. I'm gonna. Another. And I'm gonna go. Okay, too difficult. Oh. Can I believe you went? Is this Outlander? Can I believe you went, Sassenach? But you did. Still can I? Oh yeah, she is. She's way Scottish. We cannot get it. Huh? Oh, God damn it, Suze. Just trying to get down it. Yeah.
I'll be there in a minute, Trots.
Trotsky.
Aye. Alright.
Right, Brit. Ah. Or inverted. The crazy thing is I've like had to learn times. If you grew up like in PS2 era, like you didn't have a choice. On and I always want. That's why how I would just want. Even though I can unlearn it in a moment's notice. Like I can start up a PS2 camera and adjust to normal vertical. You know, within it doesn't take very. Anyway, go. Very fucking. Even realize this was holiday themed.
Aye, quite right, Trots.
quite right. This is due to your abject failure to represent just safety. Urge you to ends. Quite right. Quite right. And I believe I had not got yourself into and now run forever. And pirate's life for me. Oh, that's good, cause
Alright, Kaz. I'm alright. What are you doing up there? Pipe's leaking. If it's not one thing, it's the other. See this whole rig? It's a pile of shite. It's falling apart.
pile of shite.
Fucking Cadal. And fucking Rennick cutting corners. Aye. Speaking of, you are in the shite, wee man. Rennick got a letter this morning.
Hey, she said wee man. Not little man. She said wee man. Wee man.
Take mine. I don't need it anymore, honestly. You're a fucking lifesaver. I'm going to get breakfast. Alright.
Breakfast.
See you for darts tonight. We'll put a wee picture of Rennick up on the board for you. Sounds like a plan. See ya.
Oh my god, am I about to see dick? Hell yeah. Damn. Thought we had an outline on our hands. What? Yeah? Oh, hello. Wait. Oh. Oh, you're on the other side of me now. You got anything new for me? You got the Glasgow Herald? Oh, I didn't mean to do that. No hints. Dr. Roy? I opened the fucking door. Goddamn shit in the way. My dad's safe. How about you? What? Patties, Brussels sprouts, carrots. I can't get rid of the fucking Norway. That would.
Look, there's no escaping. There's going to be a dozen more rigs up here by the end of next year because they pricks in Westminster want their grubby wee hands on Scotland's oil. Christ, not this again. The bear is already down to the bare bones, and Cadal are just going to make more cuts to get other rigs on the go. If we don't take industrial action soon, this place...
If we don't take...
industrial action soon, this place will be even more of a death trap than it already is.
He's got a point though, Gibbo. We're down to a skeleton crew in the pontoons and it's ropey as fuck down there.
Workers of the world unite!
Ropey. The subtitles are completely different than what they're saying. It's wild. Yeah, what?
How you doing, boys? No bad, Kaz. Raf's here's a bit shaky, though. Gonna be the lad's first solo dive this morning.
Is that right? You'll be alright, pal. Especially with the big man here looking out for you.
Have you done it before?
Christ, no. I'll stick to the lecky, thanks. No great in tight spaces and it's blowing a gale out there.
Really filling the lad with confidence there, Kaz.
Sorry, wee man. Don't worry about it. Brody's got you.
Enjoying your last day, McCleary?
What's that supposed to mean?
You've been a naughty boy, from what I've heard.
Geez, peace. You're not exactly an angel yourself, Adair. I'll be fine.
Well, you're not be missed. You wouldn't know a day's graft if it slapped you in the face.
I'd like to see you try and do my job. You wouldn't know a spark plug from a fucking hairdryer.
Watch your mouth, McCleary.
You alright, Roy?
cars, me old mucker. I do.
McClary, to my office. That means now, not as soon as you're ready. Now.
Ah, the sweet sound of Davy Rennick.
You think it's the police?
Can't be surprised, Kaz. You heard from Suze?
She's talking about divorce.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kaz. She'll come around.
Not if I get to jail, she won't.
Well, maybe you could have considered that while you were battering Billy Chamberlain's head in.
Cunt slagged off Suze, he had it coming.
And there he is. Floats like a butterfly, stings like a bee, and swears like the devil himself. Listen, mate, even if it is the police, maybe it's best to just go back and face it, yeah?
I don't know, Roy. I'm fucking scun up with the whole thing.
The Lord loves you, mate, no matter what. And I'm pretty sure Suze does too.
That's all clear for you now, Roy.
Lovely job, thanks, Dobby.
Oh, Trot says he's left your insulin in your cabin.
Oh, bless his little communist socks. Muchly appreciated. Ta. Remember, life is like football. It's not over.
Until the final whistle. Aye. You're a Barnsley fan, so you're pretty much fucked from the off, right?
Oh, I will see you hand for that, McCleary. Off you trot, lad, before his nibs blows a gasket.
Showing it who's incredible work.
Up and see what the score is.
What, Jake? One of us needs our heat here, eh? Try not taking mine off next time.
After missing us. Not exactly small.
Oh, aye, you're a smart one. Lay it on the deck, eh? Nice and easy. Don't bash it! Rennick's just itching to give someone a kicking.
Am I alright to get by, pal?
It's alright. You have to go around, Kaz.
Okay,